Chapter 796. After half an hour of chasing, the two people at the top of the fire god shrine finally settled down while panting. Chu Yingzhan relied on her own agility to deal with Yun Nuoxing, who had the light element, for a long time. If it wasn't for the latter directly suppressing her with a formation in the end, this farce would probably have continued for a while. In the end, Chu Yingzhan's beautiful long hair was scratched into a chicken coop by Yun Nuoxing. Although the girl wanted to violently resist, she was constantly suppressed. She could only gnash her teeth and glare at him. It wasn't until her long hair was tidied up that she reluctantly calmed down. "Who are they?" After tidying up for a long time, Chu Yingzhan was still pulling her long hair and casually asked, "My two little sisters." Yun Nuoxing squatted down beside the crystal platform and stroked Ming and Chu Yingzhan's small heads with his palm. His gaze was gentle. "They have been asleep for almost 9 years. Until now, they still haven't figured out what happened." "Ah, so you heartlessly left your little sisters behind and ran out to play?" Chu Yingzhan walked to his side, glanced at him and grinned. Yun Nuoxing, okay. I won't joke with you anymore. I was wrong, okay." After a long while, Chu Yingzhan, whose beautiful hair was scratched into a chicken coop again, said with a sad face, "Why does this guy like to play with my hair so much?" After tidying up again, Chu Yingzhan curiously asked about the whole story. Yun Nuoxing didn't think much about it and told her in detail what happened in the East Sea that year. Then he sighed. "Sister Jean and the others have sent people to the East Sea countless times, but they didn't find anything unusual. East Sea. I don't know much about it." Just when Yun Nuoxing saw that she was muttering to herself and seemed to be about to guess something, Chu Yingzhan's laughter almost made him fall to the ground. "However, my stupid father knows a little about the East Sea's secrets. He even told me a little." Chu Yingzhan restrained her playful expression and said seriously, "Do you know anything?" Yun Nuoxing asked with some anticipation, "Do you have a map of the East Sea? I haven't been there before. I can only give you a rough idea." Chu Yingzhan shook her head and stared at him with sparkling eyes. Seeing her serious and playful expression, Yun Nuoxing was very suspicious. However, at this moment, it was obvious that he was at his wit's end. He didn't have a better choice. He nodded and took out the treasure map. He enlarged it to a size of nearly 10 feet so that he could see the East Sea area clearly. At least, he didn't have to put his face on it. This map was full of strange lines and symbols, but Chu Yingzhan didn't care about those at this time. Mei Mao seriously scanned the East Sea area. Her jade finger pointed on it, and her small mouth murmured something. Yun Nuoxing didn't disturb her, and only used his gaze to follow her jade finger as it moved around the map. After more than 10 minutes, he saw Chu Yingzhan's jade finger point to an area and said uncertainly, "It should be here." It was a place in the south of the East Sea. There were no islands around it, no special markings, not even words. It was a vast and empty area. Yun Nuoxing was confused. He had no choice but to ask, "What's there?" "Speaking of which, you haven't told me what kind of secret it is." "Woo-woo." Chu Yingzhan was silent for a while. Suddenly, she laughed heartlessly. "I forgot." Yun Nuoxing was speechless. He didn't immediately express his opinion. Looking at this girl, there must be something else. Just as he expected, in less than 2 seconds, Chu Yingzhan laughed again and said, "However, I heard from my stupid father that there is a very obscure energy source that affects 90% of the energy flow in the East Sea. However, I don't know the details." Ignoring the low and strange male voice that Chu Yingzhan imitated, Yun Nuoxing looked curiously at the area that Chu Yingzhan had circled with her jade finger. He pondered for a while, but couldn't find anything strange. In the end, he could only use his earring to ask the Golden Princess for help. A hidden energy source in the East Sea? First, he heard the Golden Princess reply with some surprise. However, this surprise didn't seem to be due to the fact that they didn't know. "Sister, I do know that there is a very strange energy source there. I can even pinpoint the source of that area to a radius of 100 miles. However, little star, How did you know about that place? The Golden Princess asked in confusion. At that time, she had sent people to investigate the East Sea. There was even an elder who went to the deepest part of the East Sea and almost touched the magma. During that time, he knew about the obscure energy source that Chu Yingzhan mentioned. However, he didn't tell Yun Nuashing about it. The Golden Princess had also been to that area. It was very strange. Chaotic energy covered the entire area, causing all the energy to riot without any meaning or rules. Even time and space became abnormal because of this. Even as an emperor god, she felt that there was a great terror in the ocean below. That place was like a huge mouth that swallowed and disturbed everything there. Someone gave me this information out of friendship, Ming, and the others have been asleep for too long. I am a little worried. Yun Nuashing didn't hide his thoughts and said, Sister Jean, tell me about that place. I will go and take a look. I refuse, the Golden Princess said firmly. However, even if you don't tell me, I know the approximate area. As if he knew that she would react this way, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but laugh. So, I will have to trouble you to tell the others. Before he finished speaking, the space beside him suddenly fluctuated violently. After a while, the space shattered and a golden figure rushed out almost instantly. Behind her was an elegant and noble figure. You little bastard! Are you trying to anger me to death? Why do you have to jump in when I don't let you go? The people who rushed out were naturally the Golden Princess and the Empress. The former rushed in front of Yun Nuashing and lost her composure as she roared at him. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but laugh. Without waiting for him to speak, the Golden Princess started scolding him. The energy there is chaotic beyond anyone's imagination. Even the Hall Master and the others stopped when they saw that strange energy field. Even a group of emperor gods like us can't do anything about it. You are just a demon. Even if you have the godly body of a receptive spirit, do you really think that you are invincible? Do you know that you might die if you rush in recklessly? You will die. How can you not take the words of others seriously when you are already so old? These words almost broke the sound barrier and landed on Yun Nuashing's face. The oppressive aura of a parent made Yun Nuashing's face turn pale. He shrank his neck and looked at the Golden Princess with grievance. His weak appearance made the Empress' heart ache. She hurriedly pulled him over and looked at the Golden Princess. Why are you throwing a tantrum? It's not like you don't know our little brother's character. Furthermore, haven't we deduced that little brother might be able to solve the problem in that place? There is something that I have wanted to say for a long time. I can understand your eagerness to protect your child, but this is too much. You can't let little brother live under your protection for the rest of his life, right? The Empress sent a telepathic message. Although she knew that the 9 deities' temple protected Yun Nuashing very tightly, it was as if they were sick. They didn't allow him to set foot in places that were too dangerous. It seemed like the Golden Princess didn't object to the Jeshu Mystery Land not long ago. It was just that she couldn't stop it rashly. But that place... The Golden Princess bit her red lips and frowned. She stared at the Empress and sent a telepathic message. That is different. You have been to the East Sea before. You have experienced it yourself. Are you not worried about letting your little brother go there? I am not. The Empress shook her head slightly. Then she smiled and said, But if he wants to go, I will support him. The Golden Princess was speechless. Before she could think of an excuse, a weak voice suddenly came from the Empress's arms. Sister, I am going to suffocate to death. The Empress was stunned for a moment, and her pretty face immediately turned red. She quickly let go of Yun Nuashing, who was covered by a pair of weapons. The latter quickly jumped back and took a few deep breaths. Then he rolled his eyes and muttered a few words in a low voice. It was unknown whether he was dissatisfied with the Empress treating him like a child, or that the weapons were too lethal. In any case, Yun Nuashing, who was so stubborn that even 10 god emperors couldn't persuade him to come back, decided to rush to the East Sea. There were only 10 days left for the round trip. It seemed that the flow of time in the small world was different from the flow of time in the God realm. He couldn't calculate how 20 days had passed. You plan to go to the East Sea? Okay. Bring me along. I want to go too. This matter was settled, just like that. Chu Yingzhan, who was watching from the side, pounced on Yun Nuashing and put her hands on his shoulders. She lowered her head and looked at him with a smile. Why? Yun Nuashing looked up, speechlessly. Because it's fun to be with you. Chu Yingzhan grinned. Yun Nuashing was silent. Yun Nuashing had tears in his eyes. He sighed helplessly and said, If you think it's fun to escape from death, just like that, he happily decided on a partner before leaving. Yun Nuashing stood in front of the crystal platform for a long time. Then he bent down and kissed Ming and little purple soul gently on their cheeks. Then he dragged Chu Yingzhan, who was excited for some unknown reason, and left. After leaving Chu Yingzhan on the platform, Yun Nuashing walked back the way he came. Before leaving, it was better to say goodbye to the group of parents so that they wouldn't complain that he left without saying a word. However, when he returned to the main hall, there were only 2 glowing figures sitting opposite each other and chatting. He didn't find them. Just as he was about to leave, Chu Fen called out to him. Yun, wait a minute. After blinking, Yun Nuashing turned around and walked into the hall. He cupped his hands at the man from the Torch Dragon clan. When he saw him smiling, he waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to pay attention to him. Only then did he look at Chu Fen. At this moment, the latter's golden eyes were wide open as he stared at Yun Nuashing in a daze. Be careful. A moment later, Chu Fen closed his eyes and only said 4 words to him. This caused Yun Nuashing to be stunned and nod his head. Although he could see some uneasiness and nervousness on her face, he didn't open his mouth to ask anything. He smiled and said a few words before leaving the hall. After watching Yun Nuashing leave, Chu Fen frowned. Her ability suddenly erupted and she saw a part of the future. It exceeded the limit of what she could see. But because of that, she couldn't say it completely. After coming out of the Fire God Palace, Yun Nuashing was still a little confused. As if he suddenly had an epiphany, he muttered to himself, That's not right. That girl can actually see what happened to me. This was simply shocking. Whether it was Zai or the reincarnation mirror, they had deduced his future and past. One was seriously injured, and the other exploded. It seemed that Chu Fen was talking about this trip. Could it be that what happened in the past few days didn't count as the future? Could it be that the netherworld sword that could be blocked didn't affect them? Could it be that Chu Fen defied the heavens? While his thoughts were running wild, he couldn't help but step across a floating island and walk to the Water God Palace. Before leaving, he had some matters to discuss with the Water God Palace Master. He wanted to solve the situation of the second trial. Water countered fire and had to fight against an entire realm. This matter could only be solved by a senior master. Boss! When passing by a training field in the Water God Palace, a familiar call pulled Yun Nuashing back from his daydream. He raised his head and looked to the side. The only person in the world who would use this title to call him was Nightmare. Yun Nuashing looked around the cultivation field, and as he had expected, he saw corpses strewn all over the place. Yun Nuashing was taken aback by the bizarre scene. After calming himself down and taking a closer look, he realized that it wasn't just corpses, but rather a group of people lying in the middle of the cultivation field. At the edge of the cultivation field, Qin Yan, who had been in a trance, also came back to her senses. She glanced at Yun Nuashing, who was walking over from a distance, and slowly rose to her feet. She looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Something on your mind? Seeing Yun Nuashing's pondering look, Qin Yan didn't want to ask, but she said it out of nowhere, which made her feel a little embarrassed. Yun Nuashing didn't mind. He nodded and said, I have to go out again. It's very urgent. Not really. I just want to end it early so that I can feel more at ease. Qin Yan nodded. She stroked her long hair and asked, Do you want us to go with you? Boss, where are you going to fool around? Why don't you come down and fight? We haven't seen each other for half a year. This time, I can definitely. Before Mo Yen could finish speaking, everyone saw a huge, white jade platform descend from the sky. With a loud rumble, it pressed Mo Yen beneath it. The world instantly quieted down. Yuan Shi and the others' cheeks twitched. They could clearly feel the pressure coming from the white jade platform. Although it wasn't the lunar platform, it was close to the pressure of a divine weapon. Yun Nuashing threw it out like a stamp. Yuan Shi jumped up from the ground and patted his sore body. He ran to the two of them and patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder. Hee, I'm a demigod now. I passed the first test and tamed a divine, venerable level beast soul. Do you want to try? Yun Nuashing thought for a while. Then he pointed at Nightmare, who was pressed under the white jade platform. His meaning was self-evident. Yuan, she felt a headache coming on. This brother of his was too fierce. Tell me, where are you going? We haven't gone out to play with you in a long time. We're going out to work. Yuan Shi laughed and quickly changed the topic. He didn't want to be pressed under the ground by a divine weapon. I'm going to hell. Yun Nuashing shrugged indifferently. As soon as he said this, it became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Yao Hua and the others raised their heads with difficulty and looked over. Their faces revealed the message of, is this guy crazy? Qin Yan and Yuan, she couldn't help but twitch their faces. Although they knew that this guy definitely wasn't going to hell, he should be going to some crazy place to do crazy things. Yun Nuashing only noticed that Huji wasn't here. Maybe he went to subdue the divine flame. With the help of Hall Master Hua and the others, it should be easy. Soon, the fire god shrine would have another divine flame. Seeing everyone's pale face, Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. Okay, I'm lying. I have to go to the East Sea for something. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But even divine emperors don't dare to set foot in that place. It's said that even Hall Master and Big Sister don't dare to go in. They had just breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this, and the surroundings became dead quiet again. Everyone was speechless. Sure enough, it was still that crazy guy who went to crazy places. Yuan, she wanted to ask where he was going, but Qin Yin gave him a look to quiet him down. Then she said softly, be careful. Call us if you need anything. Yun Nuashing looked at her and thought of how the two of them were inexplicably pulled together. He felt a little embarrassed, but seeing that she, a girl, didn't express anything, he didn't say anything. At this time, seeing her as a virtuous wife, his face blushed for a moment. He laughed, reached out his hand habitually and rubbed her long hair. He nodded and replied, N. Seeing him rubbing her hair habitually, Qin Yan's indifferent face also blushed slightly. Seeing that she didn't refuse, Yuan, she covered his eyes and shouted in his heart, I'm blind, I'm blind. Chapter 797. Bang! In the dungeon, a series of muffled sounds rang out, accompanied by miserable screams. Violent energy surged and shattered, blowing up sections of the dungeon's passageways. Boom! Chu Xian and Ling Feiyang growled. A fist and a palm, mixed with all the elements and power in their bodies, slammed into the spear-wielding guard in front of them, sending him flying. He crashed into the wall and fainted. Huff! Large droplets of sweat flowed down from Chu Xian and Ling Feiyang's foreheads. Under their tattered robes, the veins on their arms were bulging. The continuous battles with demon rank experts along the way had exhausted the two of them. The disappearance of the domain of silence had awakened the demon rank experts. However, they were unable to recover to their peak state immediately. The two of them were only able to rely on the power of the immortal rank to fight until here. Even so, the two of them were already exhausted and were about to collapse. Hold on a little longer. We're almost at the door. The first prince, Ling Feiyang, gulped and said with difficulty. At first, he wanted to use his identity to escape with a few people, but he didn't expect to be inexplicably exposed midway which led to the continuous battles that followed. Someone's coming. Chu Fan opened his eyes slightly and said indifferently. When this voice came out, Chu Xian and Ling Feiyang's breathing stagnated. They clenched their teeth, looked at each other, and nodded fiercely. Dragging their exhausted bodies, they walked in front. Chu Xian turned his head and looked at the brocade-clothed girl and Chu Fan. If there's anything wrong, Bingyi, take my sister and leave with her. Don't look back. The brocade-clothed girl was stunned. She wanted to shake her head, but when she saw the burning gaze of the youth, she couldn't help but tighten her grip on Chu Fan. After a while, she nodded obediently, as if she couldn't think of a better idea. Seeing her nod, Chu Xian also nodded in satisfaction. He turned his head and looked at Ling Feiyang, then picked up a broken spear and dagger from the ground and held them in his hand. A series of footsteps came from the end of the tunnel. That was where the light came from. There was also an austere aura. In this dilapidated tunnel, everyone's heartbeat quickened. Chu Xian took a deep breath. Ling Feiyang's eyes widened in anger. They were ready for battle. They could even see the shadow on the wall around the corner. The immortal qi in their bodies was on the verge of exploding. Boom! Suddenly, with a loud bang, the whole earth shook violently. The bricks and tiles above also fell down with a rumble. The dungeon was almost broken apart by the shaking. Chu Xian and the others couldn't stand still and sat on the ground. They hurriedly propped up an energy shield to protect their heads. At the end of the passageway, miserable screams could be heard. Looking at the shadows, one could see a group of people falling down like wheat being cut, and one could even see someone being slammed into the wall by a powerful force. The tremors only lasted for a second, and the screams only lasted for a short while. However, there was still a series of low moans. Those who had been inexplicably knocked down seemed to be in so much pain that they could not stand up. What's going on? The sudden change made Chu Xian and the others a little confused. Looking at the end of the tunnel, there was a mountain of people piled up in the corner, like a human pyramid. Except for Chu Fan, no one seemed to know what was going on. They looked at each other and couldn't decide whether to go over or not. Let's go and take a look. Ling Feiyang was calmer. His gaze turned sharp as he looked at the end of the tunnel. Clenching the weapon in his hand, he slowly walked over step by step. Behind him, Chu Xian also swallowed his saliva. He pulled the girl in embroidered clothes and walked forward carefully. After turning the corner, they saw bright starlight pouring down from the sky. Without the restriction of the 2-meter-high passageway, their line of sight suddenly widened. What appeared in front of them was a huge pit. In the pit, there was a group of holy guards buried in mud. No one knew whether they were dead or alive. In the distance, there was a billowing, murderous aura. A few hundred meters away, there were rows of fully armed holy guards. The armor on their bodies was dark and majestic. The long spears in their hands were suffused with a chilling light, shining especially brightly under the starlight. Thousands of holy guards released a terrifying aura. They gathered together and blocked in front of them like a huge mountain. Chu Xian and the others turned pale. That terrifying aura was something that even divine sons would have to avoid. However, there was one person blocking in front of those thousands of holy guards. That colorful figure looked very slender and weak. At first glance, no one would think that she had any powerful strength. At this moment, she was standing there with 2 swords in her hands. It was like a natural moat between the holy guards and Chu Xian and the others. It made those holy guards feel as if they were facing a great enemy. It was as if one person could hold back 10,000 people. "Oh, you came out? You're not dead yet." As if sensing that someone had come out from behind her, the colorful figure turned her head and glanced at them. Then she smiled faintly. A huge shadow was cast on the ground from the sky. That dark object attracted everyone's attention. Chu Xian and the others couldn't help but raise their heads. Then, their eyes quickly filled with shock. The huge object standing between heaven and earth covered half of the sacred city of elements. The flames of the battle that erupted in the sky lit up the sky from time to time. It also illuminated the 6 huge objects. They were 6 huge metal swords that were tens of thousands of feet long. They were like 6 pillars that supported the sky. The tips of the swords shone with a chilling light, pointing straight at the sky. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Time is of the essence. I won't be long-winded. Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. She waved the 2 swords in her hands. Then she looked at the holy guards in front of her and shouted, "Get out of the way. Otherwise, I will cut you and the sacred city in half." Her shout swept past like a hurricane. The holy guards' eyes were sharp. They clenched the spears in their hands tightly. Some of them even had a drop of sweat on their heads. However, none of them took a step back. It was as if they were going to defend this place with their lives. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing sighed. She didn't say anything. The battle in the sky was getting more and more intense. If she used the light element to escape, there might be more trouble in the future. It wasn't like she hadn't seen a joint attack formation before. She didn't believe that this big country didn't have such a thing. Then stay here. Nodding her head lightly, as if she had made a decision, Yun Nuashing took a step forward. She raised the 2 swords in her hands high above her head and put them together. Taking a light breath, Yun Nuashing's eyes suddenly became incomparably sharp. The energy in his body became abnormally surging. Rolling over and over, a whirlwind was swirling around his body. The 2 swords that were raised high, also, in the next second, fiercely chopped down. Heavenly moat, world-severing formation. With a low shout, the 6 huge swords hanging high in the sky also slashed down with his movements. The huge swords streaked across the space, directly tearing open a huge crack in the void. They covered the sky, as if they were going to tear the starry sky apart. Before the huge swords landed on the ground, the huge power they produced was like the might of the heavens descending from the sky. Even the air was forcefully cut open, creating 6 gaps. The compressed air collapsed in all directions, flattening the tall buildings in the sacred city. Below, the holy guards, Chu Xian, and the others all looked up at the huge swords with faces full of sweat. The pressure from the huge swords made them unable to move. Boom! The moment the huge swords landed, 6 terrifying sword chis also burst out from the ground. They instantly expanded to several tens of thousands of meters in size, forming a huge wave. Like a tsunami, they engulfed the holy guards in front of her. Seeing this scene, the several thousand holy guards widened their eyes in fear. From the very beginning, they did not understand why Yun Nuashing, who seemed to be only at the demon rank, was able to block all of them by herself. At this moment, she had even unleashed such a terrifying attack. However, they did not have time to think. They all roared together and released all the energy in their bodies, rapidly condensing a sturdy barrier in front of them. The barrier contained all the power of the several thousand people. As soon as it was condensed, the huge tsunami of sword chis arrived unexpectedly. No one could personally tell what had happened, nor could they see what was happening at the center of the tsunami of sword chis. Chu Xian and the others could only see that the energy barrier condensed from all the power of the several thousand people was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of the huge tsunami. It shattered with a light touch. Even the many holy guards behind the barrier were mercilessly swept away by the wave. They did not even make a sound before disappearing. Rumble! The huge tsunami of sword chis instantly engulfed several tens of thousands of meters in size. As it surged forward, it destroyed all the buildings in the imperial palace. Everywhere it passed, the earth turned into dead earth, leaving behind a huge crack in the center. The entire earth shook violently as if there was an earthquake. Terrifying cracks also appeared on the ground. When the huge tsunami reached the end of the horizon, it slowly disappeared due to the lack of power behind it. In the holy city, half of the buildings collapsed, leaving behind terrifying cracks in the ground. The thickest one ran through half of the holy city, cutting diagonally along the imperial palace. It even flattened several mountain ranges in the distance. Fortunately, many people retreated from the holy city in fear after the domain of silence was unfurled. Otherwise, who knew how many innocent people would have been buried here? The fierce battle in the sky also temporarily stopped because of this attack. In the space enveloped by the array, the Holy Empire's primogenitor widened his eyes in fear. Impossible! That brat, a mere demon step. How could he release such a powerful force? Why didn't the power of laws suppress him? Tianzi's eyes were also filled with fear. His gaze swept across the battlefield. At this moment, more than half of the people in the battlefield had collapsed due to exhaustion. Some had even died in battle. The casualties of the divine underworld powerhouses were also disastrous. This battle was a devastating blow to the elemental Holy Empire. A mere demon step? Yi, she sneered. She unhurriedly patted her sleeves and said, "In the divine realm, the enemies who looked down on Big Brother Nua as a mere demon step have already gathered below. Do you also want to give it a try? The power of a mere demon step?" This, the Holy Empire's primogenitor, looked down in bewilderment. The holy city was really as Yun Nuashing said. It was split in two by him, and the holy guards were close to being wiped out. The status of their holy empire was most likely in jeopardy. There were other empires nearby that were eyeing them covetously. If today's matter were to spread, the holy empire would definitely be destroyed. However, with today's action, the news couldn't help but spread. If I were you, I would tuck my tail between my legs and think about how to clean up this mess. Yi, she crossed her arms and glanced at him with her wine-red eyes. She said indifferently, "Is it fun to bully others as you wish? Do you really think that the world is so big that your holy empire can do whatever you want? I thought you would understand a bit after going to the divine realm. But in the end, you're still as ignorant as a child. Oh, right. You seem to have mentioned the rules of a small world, right? Then I'll tell you the rules of our world. My fist is big, I speak. It's about time. Make your choice. Scram back to pacify your holy empire and let us leave in peace." Yi, she smiled cutely, but the expression below was as black as a demon's. Or, do you want me to kill all of you? The life and death of an empire all fell into the hands of that old man. If they fought, they would definitely lose. The elemental holy empire would also turn into ashes in history. If they retreated, they would also lose face. Perhaps they could still struggle at death's door. The rumbling sounds in the distance slowly receded. The battle in the sky also seemed to have slowly stopped. The energy in the air was annihilated, and the movements gradually stopped. Everything was silent, other than the abyss that stretched across the holy city. It was as if nothing had happened. The battle started quickly and ended just as quickly. "It's over? I thought there would be a need to do it again." Yun Nuashing saw that the sky had calmed down and also breathed a sigh of relief. The two swords in her hands shook lightly and she withdrew them into her body. Unknowingly, half of her long hair that draped over her back turned into a dazzling white. Well, although I want to say that it doesn't seem to be over yet. Yun Nuashing originally thought that it was over, but she raised her head and stared at the sky. There, a huge thundercloud was brewing a terrifying power. There was no pressure, no warning, but Yun Nuashing could feel that the energy was gathering there. "Senior," a soft call came from behind, which made Yun Nuashing turn her head. Seeing Chu Xian and the others rushing over with tired faces, she could not help but smile. "You've rescued them. Not bad." Chu Xian smiled bitterly and hurriedly cupped his hands to Yun Nuashing. "Seniors, thank you for your help this time. If it weren't for you, I would definitely regret it for the rest of my life. Well, let's talk about sentimental words later. Now," Yun Nuashing coughed dryly, Golden chains shot out from under her windbreaker and quickly tied up Chu Xian and the others. Then she said, "Anyway, let's run first." Chapter 798. What should he call that thing? The suppression of the power of rules? The self-repair of the rules of heaven and earth? Divine punishment? Or rejection? Unable to find a better way to describe it, Yun Nuoxing was too lazy to think about what it was. He only knew that the thing hanging above his head was like the tip of a knife above his throat, making him shudder. Although he didn't know what it was, running away first was the right thing to do. As for where to run to, he would run out of this world first, without any warning. Yun Nuoxing soared into the sky with Chu Xian and the other three. The speed of the light element allowed Yun Nuoxing to reach the sky in a flash. Where the battle stopped, the array also disappeared. The experts of the elemental holy nation all retreated, as if they were forced to accept an unacceptable fact. They had been defeated, and it was a crushing defeat. Perhaps they shouldn't have interfered in this matter from the beginning. That way, they could have acted as if nothing had happened. They couldn't understand why such a calamity that could destroy their nation would be involved in just 3 people. The ancestors of the holy nation also couldn't understand. They only knew that it had happened just like that. Xianer, Fener. As soon as they rushed up, Senior Yin and the others surrounded them. The middle-aged man hugged and kissed the weak Chu Xian and Chu Fen, crying and laughing at the same time. The 2 of them didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They also felt a slight warmth in their hearts. This feeling of being cared for was pretty good. "Girl, are you okay? Little star, are you okay?" In a flash, he appeared in front of Zian and the others. Before Yun Nuoxing could stand firm, the former rushed up to him and held his hand. They looked him up and down. The 2 of them asked the same question at the same time, making the others not know whether to laugh or cry. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly, his face slightly red. Zian was used to it. She smiled and held his arm, constantly checking his body, as if she was worried that he would lose a part of his body. However, half of his dazzling white hair did make them very worried. "TSK? TSK tisk." Chu Yingzhan watched the scene from the side and couldn't help but smack her lips, making Yun Nuoxing laugh dryly. But then again, Xiao Xian is really good at sleeping. She didn't wake up even after such a big commotion. Feng chuckled for a while. Mei Mao glanced at Yun Nuoxing and suddenly fixed her gaze on his neck. She pulled open his collar a little, revealing a snow-white furry object. This dark cloud immortal fox seemed to have not moved much since it pestered Yun Nuoxing. It slept every day. "Don't tell me you're advancing like me?" Little Bing Air asked curiously. She even poked Xiao Xian with her slender finger. However, Xiao Xian only moved her furry tail. She did not wake up. Yun Nuoxing shrugged, indicating that he didn't know about this. He didn't have any soul contract with Xiao Xian. He didn't know what Xiao Xian was going through or what she was going through. The space beside him flashed. Yun Nuoxing turned his head and saw Yi. She slowly emerged from the space. Seeing that she was safe and sound, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was scared by that old guy and really thought that Yi would have a tough battle. However, seeing her walk out like nothing had happened, he knew that he was wrong from the beginning. After Yi came out, she first looked up at the sky, then looked down at Yun Nuoxing and the others. Seeing that Chu Xian and the others were catching up with Senior Yin and the others, she said, "Is it all done? Then let's go. I feel that we can't stay in this world for long." Yun Nuoxing nodded, looked up at the thick dark clouds, and said, "Well, where are we going to find the elemental stone?" "That's the only place. This fairy doesn't have any ideas. I just feel like there's something terrible hanging on my head. It makes my hair stand on end." Chu Yingzhan also hurriedly waved her hand. Her pretty face looked unnatural. She hugged herself with both hands and even trembled a few times. Yun Nuoxing stroked her half-white hair and also nodded. Looking at Chu Xian and the others who were crying, she smiled faintly and waved her hand, intending to leave. In the distance, Chu Xian glanced at Yun Nuoxing and the other's movements and was stunned for a moment. An inexplicable impulse made him make a decision that he would never forget for the rest of his life. "Senior, wait a moment!" Yun Nuoxing, who was planning to retreat at the speed of light, heard this, and the surging light elements in her body instantly extinguished. Perhaps she had withdrawn it too quickly. The rich light elements didn't stop and directly burped. "Cough, cough." After coughing violently, Yun Nuoxing turned around and looked at him with hidden bitterness, saying, "What's the matter?" Even Senior Yin and her father looked at her in confusion. Chu Xian scratched his head awkwardly and said with a hollow laugh, "Well, Senior, are you going back to the big world now?" Yun Nuoxing nodded, stretched out his hand and pointed to the sky and said, "The rules of your world seem to be rejecting us, really. It's a little too strict. Didn't I just interfere a little? The higher the cultivation, the clearer the feeling. I've been in contact with the power of rules for a long time. I know what will happen if that thing falls down. So, if you have something to say it quickly. Make a long story short. We have to leave quickly." "Yi," she also urged from the side. Chu Xian nodded. "Can you take me to the big world over there too?" Yun Nuoxing raised her eyebrows. This sentence was within her expectations. She had heard this when she brought people out of the Xianlong continent. She knew that people in the small world all yearned for the big world. Perhaps the stage there was more attractive and more beautiful. Right now, or rather in the next 8 years, the God realm will become chaotic. If you stay here, you'll be able to cultivate in peace and slowly grow stronger. But if you go there, the danger factor will definitely be higher than if you stay here. That boundless world may be exciting, but it's also filled with danger. In the future, we'll only be able to survive. Yun Nuoxing's back was facing them as she spoke lightly. Her windbreaker swayed gently. After a while, she said, "I won't persuade you. If you want to go, I can take you along. But I won't take special care of you. At most, I'll take you to a place to stay. It's not the first time I've taken people out of the small world, although I don't know how to get out of here yet." Yun Nuoxing paused, took a light breath, and finally said, "After hearing this, do you still want to go out?" "Yes." It was a quick answer that exceeded everyone's expectations. It was concise and firm, and the person who answered was also unexpected. It was not Chu Xian, but Chu Fen, who was curled up in the embrace of the young woman in embroidered clothes. His dark golden left eye was faintly emitting a dazzling light. Although it had not completely opened, it was already extremely dazzling. Chu Xian was stunned by this answer, as if he had expected something. However, he would always listen to his sister. What she said would not be wrong. This made him nod. "Yes, I'll go." As soon as Chu Xian's voice fell, he saw Yun Nuoxing and Yi Shi's shocked gazes. This made him stunned again. Was this answer so exaggerated? However, he soon realized that he had misunderstood because he saw Yun Nuoxing, Yi Shi, Feng, and Little Bing Er's figures flashed, and they uniformly came to Chu Fen's side and surrounded her. For pairs of bright eyes stared at her, making her feel a little uncomfortable. Chu Xian was dumbfounded. Senior Yin and the others were also a little nervous. They did not know why Yun Nuoxing and the others suddenly surrounded Chu Fen, but there was no malice in their eyes. On the contrary, there was some surprise in their eyes. Yun Nuoxing and the others circled around Chu Fen, then raised their eyes and looked at each other. Yun Nuoxing turned her head to look at Chu Xian's father and said softly, "Although it's a little rude, but she was adopted, right?" Chu Xian and his family were stunned. Only their family members knew about this, and they had never told anyone. How did Yun Nuoxing and the others know about this? Seeing the reaction of Chu Xian and the others, Yun Nuoxing was also certain. Then she sighed, and her colorful eyes looked at Mei Mao and Chu Fin, who had been tightly closed, and said, "Of course I know, because you are a torch dragon." Torch dragon? Chu Xian and the others were stunned, and they looked at Chu Fen in disbelief. She was a torch dragon? In the legends of the realm of the gods, There are 3 types of torch dragons, Feng Er murmured. Then she stretched out a slender finger and said, the first type is the torch dragon. When its eyes open, it determines the day and night. It is a god that controls the time of day and night, and it has the talent of being a god. Then she stretched out a second finger and said, the second type is the torch dragon. It can see everything in the world at a glance, and it has the ability to predict the future, which surpasses that of a celestial master. The third type is the torch dragon that is born in the stars, and it is an existence like the sun. When it burns its own flesh and blood, it can bring light to the world. Feng Er stretched out a third finger, then looked at Chu Fun and said, which type are you? In the realm of the gods, the torch dragon race is also extinct. There are no more than 100 of them left. I seem to have seen one in the past, Yishi said as she scratched her head. After thinking for a long time, she still couldn't remember where she had seen it. She could only say, it's not impossible to hide in a small world. Chu Fin listened to Yun Nuashing and the others in a daze, and it was a long time before he came back to his senses. In fact, she also knew that she was different from ordinary people. The original body that she had secretly transformed and the memory fragments hidden in her bloodline had let her know that she was an existence that was different from ordinary people. However, after being born in the Chu family for so many years, she had developed feelings for it, so she didn't leave the Chu family easily. She didn't expect that one day her existence would be exposed. I should be the second type, but I don't have such great power, and I can't know everything in the world at a glance. It's just a little similar. After thinking for a while, Chu Fin opened her mouth and said. Her voice was a little uncertain. Judging from the 3 types, only the second type was related to her ability. The second type, huh? It seems that there's a reason why the life source is so dim. Yun Nuashing murmured, startling Chu Xian and the others. However, the former was also startled and suddenly remembered something. She patted her head and hurriedly said, let's not talk about it, let's not talk about it. Those who are going to the realm of the gods, follow us. Now is not the time to drink tea and chat. If there's anything, wait until we're out of danger. Hearing this, Chu Xian and the others were also startled. However, Chu Xian's father reacted faster. He stretched out his hand and pushed Chu Xian and the girl in embroidered clothes. Then he smiled and said, don't worry, father's old, and I still have to take care of the Chu family. I'm not as hot-blooded as I was when I was young, and I'm not going to explore a new world. This world belongs to the younger generation. Father! Chu Xian's eyes were slightly red. As soon as he opened his mouth, Yun Nuashing covered her ears, rolled her eyes, and walked back. Feng! And the others couldn't help but chuckle. Every time she saw the scene of others leaving, she wanted to hide. No one knew whether it was because she envied others who could say goodbye to their families, or because she hated these scenes of tears. Back to Xian and Chu Yingzhan's side, Yun Nuashing saw the 2 girls covering their mouths and laughing from time to time. They seemed to be chatting happily. She was a little surprised. These 2 girls were really familiar with each other, unknowingly. After Chu Xian and the others finished saying goodbye, they flew towards Yun Nuashing and the others. Yun Nuashing also looked at the group of people. In addition to Chu Xian and the other 3, there were 2 more people. They were Senior Yin and a young woman. After Chu Xian introduced them, she knew that they were his master and his wife. When did I say that you're my disciple? Senior Yin rolled his eyes and snorted. Lu Bingyi is my only disciple. Get out of my way. Hearing this, Chu Xian sniffled and leaned on the shoulder of the brocade-dressed girl. He felt sorry for her and said, you don't like me. Yun Nuashing and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After a while, Yun Nuashing felt that it was almost time. She waved her hand and the netherworld soared enlarged. Carrying everyone, she rushed towards the direction of the elemental stones, leaving behind the melancholy figures of those people. reluctantly watching the figures of his parents shrink and disappear. Chu Xian sighed softly, feeling a soft little hand holding his palm. He couldn't help but turn his head, seeing Lu Bingyi standing beside him. Mei Mao's eyes sparkled, as if she was cheering him on. His mood also improved a little. You really don't regret going with us? Chu Xian looked at Ling Feiyang and asked, Aya, we've already come this far and you're still saying this. Now, even my father knows that I've defected. My escape route has been cut off. Ling Feiyang smiled and waved his hand, appearing to be free and easy. If it was an ordinary person, it would not be so easy to abandon that kind of identity. Moreover, I'm also very interested in that so-called macro world. Although I know that this is a good opportunity, I didn't expect it to be so great. Ling Feiyang smiled again. Chu Xian smiled. His gaze turned and fixed on Chu Fun. He walked over gently, squatted down, and said softly, Sister, are you okay? Chu Fun, who was kneeling on the netherworld sword, was stunned. She then shook her head. However, a moment later, her pretty face revealed a somewhat dignified expression. She bit her red lips and said, Xian, help me over there. Chu Xian raised his head and looked in the direction of the sword. What she said was naturally a trick there. Although he did not know what she wanted to do, he still nodded. He bent down and carried Chu Fun into his arms. Then he slowly walked over to Yun Nuoxing and the others. Hearing the footsteps behind her, Yun Nuoxing also turned her head. When she saw them walking over, she thought for a moment and said, What's wrong? If you want to ask about the journey, it's very fast. We'll be there in a minute. If we weren't afraid of exposing too much of our strength and being suppressed by the power of rules, we would have arrived by now. Hearing this, Chu Xian smiled bitterly and quickly shook his head. He gently placed Chu Fun on the ground and then retreated to the side. He looked at Chu Fun and then secretly glanced at Yun Nuoxing. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. It was only when the curtains were drawn that he truly sized up Yun Nuoxing. He did not expect that there would be a man who could be so feminine. Just as Chu Fun was sitting properly, Mei Mao gently flapped her wings and took a breath. Then she bowed to Feng Er, who was beside Yun Nuoxing, and said respectfully, Your Majesty Phoenix. The sudden action shocked everyone. When they heard the words, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Chu Yingzhan also blinked hard at Mei Mao and looked at Feng Er in astonishment. She was actually a phoenix? This sudden honorific caused Feng Er's delicate body to tremble. Goosebumps appeared all over her body, and there was some doubt in her beautiful eyes. It was normal for divine beasts to sense each other, but she was still a little surprised when she saw Chu Fun see through her real body. However, this surprise only existed for a moment before it disappeared. She turned around and sighed. She helped Chu Fun up and said, Just call me Feng Your Majesty, or whatever. Forget about it. When Chu Fun heard this, he gently nodded, after which he extended his jade-like hand into his bosom. After searching for a while, under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he took out a feather and handed it over to Feng Er. This feather seemed to be made from a top-quality ruby. Its entire body was circulating with a sacred light. With just a glance, one would feel as if they were looking at a scorching sun that was filled with might. This flame feather. Yun Nuoxing narrowed his eyes and carefully sensed it. Then he looked at Feng Er and said, It didn't fall from your body, right? If it was, it should have been left behind when I was reborn in my previous life. Feng Er took the flame feather from Chu Fun's hand and looked at it for a while. Then she sighed and said, It is indeed my aura. However, the aura I left behind is much stronger than the current me. If I merge with it, it should be able to increase my strength by a lot. However, after she finished speaking, Feng Er stuffed it into Yun Nuoxing's pendant and said with a gentle smile, Xing, help me keep it safe. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and looked at Chu Fun. The latter also felt his gaze. After hesitating for a while, he said, "This flame feather has been with me since I was born. In my dream, my biological parents, who I have never met, left it behind. They told me to give it to its owner. However, I never knew who they were referring to until today when I saw Feng Air. Only then did I recognize this aura of the same origin." "Do you remember anything else?" Yun Nuashing asked curiously. Chu Fun's beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed. He tried hard to recall, but his mind was hazy. He couldn't remember anything, and his face was slightly pale. "Forget it. Don't think about it. If you don't know, then don't know. I was just casually asking." Seeing his pained expression, Yun Nuashing quickly waved his hand to stop him. While they were talking, the nether void sword also silently stopped. Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked at the huge object in front of him. There was some shock in his eyes. "The elemental stone has arrived." Chapter 799. Along with the sound of footsteps, there was a slight surge of energy. Before the person arrived, Yun Nuashing's nose, which was sensitive to alcohol, smelled a pungent smell of alcohol. It was like a ferocious beast rushing towards his face. He quickly took a step back and waved his hand in disgust. 2 seconds later, on the edge of the second deck, a young man who looked about 25 years old appeared. He leaned lazily on the edge of the ship with a wine pot in his hand. He had messy black hair and wore a simple white singlet. His bare arms were a healthy wheat color, and one could vaguely see the lines of his healthy muscles. He looked rather slovenly. The young man glanced at Yun Nuashing and the others. There was no fluctuation in his eyes. He lifted the wine pot and took a sip. He burped and then shouted rudely, "Go back to where you came from. Get off my ship." Yun Nuashing's eyebrows twitched. Many onlookers also appeared on the ship a few meters away. When an old captain saw the situation here, he took a puff of his pipe and couldn't help but sigh to the people beside him. "That guy is crazy drunk again. If it weren't for his special route, no one would ask him to go out to sea. But when he's drunk, he's crazy. I don't know how many people he has chased away." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing's cheeks trembled. After a while he coughed, raised his head and said to the young man, "Hello, we're here to— Go away! Go away! Don't you understand human language?" Without waiting for Yun Nuashing to finish speaking, the young man once again roared. The wine jar in his hand was forcefully smashed to the side by him. Soon after, he clenched his hand and a huge amount of water elemental energy suddenly gathered. That kind of power caused the surrounding onlookers to quickly shrink their heads back. The old captain sighed again. If he wasn't a god, someone would have come to deal with him. They can't even talk anymore. Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She looked around and sighed, holding hands with Xian and Feng. She gestured to Chu Yingzhan and the other two and walked down the boat. She couldn't help but whisper to them through her soul, "Old lunatic, drink yourself to death." Sigh, what a pity. It's rare to see this black burning ship. Looks so fun. Chu Yingzhan also shook her head and muttered. After leaving the black ship, Yun Nuashing brought the girls to look for other ships. However, what surprised him was that once he told them where he wanted to go, the captains all shook their heads. Even if the guards on the ship had the strength of Shenming or even Netherworld King experts, no one was willing to go there. Moreover, when they talked about that place, their expressions changed slightly. The smoking old captain walked over to Yun Nuashing and the others. After looking at the location on the map, he blew out a smoke ring and said in a hoarse voice, "Are you going to the Eye of the Storm?" "The Eye of the Storm?" Yun Nuashing looked back at the old captain and asked softly, "Elder, are you willing to sail there?" The old captain shook his head, blew out a white smoke, and said, "Among the 6 ports in the sea god domain, you won't be able to find anyone who will sail there. No matter how experienced the sailor is, no matter how much you pay, even the closest route will pass by from thousands of miles away." Catching the last sentence, Yun Nuashing's eyes lit up and said, "Elder, where is the passing ship?" The old captain raised his turbid eyes and looked at him, as if he saw through his thoughts. He shook his head and sighed. Don't bother. The eye of the storm has a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. The space is stable, but the power of space is violent. Even if you have a precise positioning array, you won't be able to use it inside. If you disembark there, I'm afraid you will be trapped at sea. Yun Nuashing frowned. He didn't seem to hear the Golden Princess, and the others say it was so serious. If there was a problem, they would have told him. After thinking for a while, Yun Nuashing could only use the earring to contact the Golden Princess who was far away in the northern wilderness and tell her about it. There are energy changes in the eye of the storm every day. The last time we went there, we felt that the power of space was unstable even before we entered the chaotic energy zone. The space was in a state of collapse. What the old man said is probably not a lie. The Golden Princess pondered for a while, then sighed. If you feel it's dangerous, come back. Maybe little Ming and the others have nothing to do with it. Yun Nuashing shook his head. I'd better go and take a look. Sister Jean, don't worry, we won't. There shouldn't be a problem, in theory. Hearing Yun Nuashing's insistence, the Golden Princess reluctantly closed the book in her hand and nodded. Okay, then be careful. If there's anything, just break the space and call us over. I'll go and save you with a brick. Brick? Why is it a brick? Yun Nuashing ended this spiritual conversation, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Sister Jean was walking further and further down the path of a female rogue, seeing Yun Nuashing's expression change several times in just 10 seconds. The old captain thought he didn't want to give up. He took a deep puff of his tobacco pipe, and after a moment, exhaled a large cloud of smoke. Then he patted the pipe in his hand a few times, then pointed at the black ship that looked as if it had been burned by fire and struck by lightning. He said, The expedition, that drunkard, is probably sober now. If you're determined to go to the eye of the storm, Duke can send you there. That guy is also a guy who values money more than his life. After the old captain finished speaking, he exhaled a smoke ring and turned to leave. His stooped body slowly walked away. Before he left, he couldn't help but mutter, Little girls nowadays don't listen to advice. They're in a hurry to reincarnate. As soon as he said this, the expressions of Yun Nuashing and the others became a little subtle. They looked at each other and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, reincarnate then. Yun Nuashing stepped heavily on the black ship and raised his head to look down at the so-called expedition. He crossed his arms in front of his chest. What do you plan to do? Tie him up? Or simply brainwash him and make him a puppet to drive the ship? I think the second method is not bad, Chu Yingzhan said as she poked Yun Nuashing's waist with her elbow. We're peaceful people. Don't use your hands when you can use your mouth. Yun Nuashing glanced at her and snorted softly. Chu Yingzhan nodded, indicating that she understood. I know. You're more ruthless than anyone else. Yun Nuashing kicked open the cabin door that was removed by Little Bing Air and quickly stepped in. With an unfriendly aura, she passed through a few doors and found the life aura of the person named Du. She opened the last door abruptly and was about to speak when she was stunned. There were a few wine gourds lying around the ladder. Half of his body was hanging on the hammock, and the other half was on the ground. There was also a loud snoring sound coming from his nose, which shook the windows a few times. Drunk in a dream, Feng couldn't help but mutter. Yun Nuashing covered her face speechlessly and waved at Little Bing Air. Bing Air, quickly become a popsicle. Little Bing Air exclaimed softly and nodded with a smile. Then she stretched out her hand in front of her and clapped lightly. Following a crisp clap, Du, who was in front of Yun Nuashing, was instantly frozen into ice. His snoring stopped abruptly, and Yun Nuashing couldn't help but scratch his cheek. He looked at Little Bing Air with a strange expression. He didn't feel any energy fluctuations, and the water elements didn't even show any signs of gathering. Du was frozen into ice just like that. Little Bing Air saw Yun Nuashing looking over and smiled as she held onto his arm and acted coquettishly for a while. Crack! The ice didn't last for long. Diyu's godly aura instantly erupted, shattering the solid ice into pieces. A surge of energy also rapidly condensed. The moment this aura erupted, Chu Yingzhan retreated behind Yun Nuoxing. Her jade-like hands grabbed his windbreaker and pulled him forward. This posture was purely using him as a shield. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched to the point of cramping, but she didn't panic at all. She watched as the blurry figure suddenly attacked. A light barrier fell and protected the person behind her. Then, a black heavy hammer that was more than 6 meters long appeared beside her. She held it with one hand and smashed the handle of the hammer at the figure in front of her without any hesitation. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds rang out at the same time, and a layer of weak ripples appeared on the light barrier in front of Yun Nuoxing. On the other hand, Diyu, who had made a move, was sent flying like a cannonball by the hammer. His speed broke through the sound barrier, causing the black ship to tremble a few times. Looking at the big hole in front of her, Yun Nuoxing put away her heavy hammer. The golden chain drilled out from the space beside her and chased after Diyu through the hole. She dragged him back and casually threw him on the ground. After being smacked until he was dizzy and thrown on the ground like an object, Diyu finally sobered up. He covered his head and shook it. When his vision cleared, he saw Yun Nuoxing and the others in front of him. He couldn't help but frown. "Why is it you guys again? We're not sailing today. Go back, go back. The old man beside me can sail much faster than me." After saying that, he rubbed his chest and looked at Yun Nuoxing with lingering fear. He was a little scared. He really didn't know where this little girl got such a terrifying weapon. He was sent flying before he could see what it was. After muttering in his heart, he looked at the group of people in front of him. His gaze was a little bewildered. They looked like a bunch of young girls, and they were a little too beautiful. However, he didn't have the heart to look at their appearances. He was just a little afraid of these girls with unusual temperaments. He didn't think he had offended anyone before. "Uncle, the eye of the storm sea. Do you want to sail?" Yun Nuoxing put her hands on her hips and said bluntly. Diyu immediately narrowed his eyes. He raised the wine jug beside him and took a sip. He said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Don't blame me for not reminding you chicks. The people who go to that place are all lonely souls looking for their graves. This boat ticket is a one-way trip. No one has ever returned from there. It's not worth it for me to lose my life for a boat. 10 million and a mid-grade immortal rank pill." Yun Nuoxing took out 2 items and said indifferently, "If you don't want it, I'll buy a boat and go myself." "The sea is so turbulent." Diyu hurriedly snatched the items from Yun Nuoxing's hands and looked at Yun Nuoxing and the others with a smile. "What you need is not a good boat, but a good captain." "I'll go and prepare. There are many rooms in the cabin. You girls can rest for a while." After Diyu finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the room. He walked out of the boat and snorted softly. His dispirited appearance was swept away. Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes and muttered with her soul, "That money is enough to hire a fleet with an underworld king expert leading it. You actually used it to rent this broken boat. Didn't you say you wanted this broken boat? Are you afraid of death? If you are, I can still send you back." Yun Nuoxing looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. Half a minute later, Yun Nuoxing grimaced and rubbed the teeth marks on his arm. He looked at Chu Yingzhan's beautiful figure and didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "This girl's bite is really vicious. Hey, I can't eat it. Girl, let go." After Chu Yingzhan finished biting, Zian and Yun Nuoxing each held his arm and bit it again. It was so painful that Yun Nuoxing's pretty face was almost distorted. The 6 of them ended up finding 2 rooms. The individual rooms in the expedition were quite big. Although they couldn't be compared to those in exquisite hotels, they were still considered exquisite. It didn't seem crowded even when 5 people were squeezed into one room. Moreover, there was a cultivation room in the room. There were many sea maps hanging on the wall, which divided the entire East Sea into more than 10 sea areas. The map of the Southeast Sea was particularly clear and detailed, and there were many markings that weren't on other maps. Obviously, Diu had been sailing to the south all year round and rarely went to the north. This guy is really lucky. I don't know how many trips he had to make in the Southeast Sea to be able to carve such a detailed map. Looking at the detailed map, even Yi she couldn't help but praise. Needless to say, the Southeast Sea was dangerous. Just the trillions of sea creatures alone were enough to give all the gods a headache. Among them, there were many powerful sea creatures that could rival the high-level gods. Most of them were gathered in the Southeast Sea. Even the fleet of the sea gods' territory didn't go to the Southeast Sea. Most of them chose the relatively calm Northeast. The map of the Southeast Sea drawn by Duyu was so detailed that even some small islands and submerged reefs were marked out. He was really worthy of what the old captain had said. There are many dangerous creatures in the East Sea. I've seen some extremely powerful sea demon beasts that were comparable to the Emperor God. When their huge bodies rolled around in the sea, they could roll up a tsunami that was tens of thousands of feet high. They could even overturn an 8th-level ship into the sea. Sea demon beasts are very sensitive to the water element energy of our elemental power. Brother Nuwa, Bing Air, Zian. Don't use the water element unless it's necessary. Yi, she sighed seriously. Then she turned around and knocked her little head against the wall with a plop, facing Yi Shi's sigh. Yun Nuashing and the other 3 didn't hear it. At this time they were lying on the bed and talking about which seafood tasted better and which ones they had to try at least once. Otherwise, their trip to the East Sea would have been in vain. Ah, Shaoxi, did you say something? Feeling a faint gaze, Yun Nuashing quickly propped up his upper body and saw Yishi looking at him with a gloomy face. He couldn't help but ask. Yishi took a deep breath and jumped up, her small body pressed against his waist. She pulled his slender hair with both hands and said, I said, Brother Nuwa is an idiot. Almost suffocating from the pressure, Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and said aggrievedly, I always feel like the whole world has collapsed when I woke up. You guys are all bullying me. Yishi couldn't help but cover her face when she saw his cute appearance. She waved her hand and grinned at Zian and Feng. Feng, Zian, go, push him. Yun Nuashing, no. Help. Aha. Inside the cabin, earth-shattering cries that caused those who heard them to weep could be heard. Chapter 800. When Yun Nuashing and the others came out of the cabin, the sunlight was rather dazzling. The dazzling whiteness in front of them shocked them and made them look puzzled. They were not shocked because the sunlight was too bright, but because the broken black ship in front of them had disappeared. They were stepping on a clean and beautiful white ship with the same specifications. There were also the 3 big words, the expedition, on the bow of the ship. This drastic change made Yun Nuashing and the others think that they were sleepy after taking a short nap. They rubbed their eyes hard, but when they saw that it was still the same white ship in front of them, they were shocked again. Even the ship's pole had become clean and white, reflecting the light. Oh, the girls are awake. Soft laughter came from the first deck, and the sound of water elements rolling over and over attracted Yun Nuashing's attention. She couldn't help but walk to the edge of the ship and look down sideways. What appeared in front of him was a rather handsome young man. He was dressed in a neat white robe and had a warm smile on his face. He was holding a large ball of water element in his hand. Inside the ball of water element, there was an unknown black object. Faint streams of water swirled around his body. Complemented by the sunlight, this scene was quite pleasing to the eye. That's Diu? Yun Nuashing was shocked and asked in amazement. The young man below, who was at most 20 years old, smiled and nodded. Then he raised his chin and said, We can set sail in 5 minutes. I just want to change the array device. The last time the expedition rolled around at the bottom of the sea, the black mud stuck all over the ship. I haven't cleaned it yet. Sorry for making a fool of myself. Yun Nuashing and the others face-bombed. So the ship that was as black as burning wood was stuck to the mud at the bottom of the sea. Speaking of which, when they walked up, they felt that it was hard. How long had the mud stuck to the ship? At this time, the expedition looked very clean. Even the azure rays on both sides of the ship seemed very bright. Traces of silver-blue spatial energy flowed around the ship's body. This should be the effect of DU changing the array device. At this time, the ship looked very reassuring. Although it was not comparable to those large ships, it looked very hard, which was enough. "It's a living ship," Chu Yingzhan muttered. Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This ship wasn't alive. After completely cleaning the mud on the boat, Diu habitually picked up the wine gourd hanging by his waist and wanted to take a sip. However, when he saw Yun Nuashing and the others from the corner of his eyes, his hand trembled. In the end, he resisted the urge to drink. He smiled embarrassedly and ignored Yun Nuashing and the others. He walked toward the bow of the boat. There was an energy injection point at the bow of the boat. The entire boat relied on this point to carry out a series of controls. Yun Nuashing curiously went over and took a few glances. This energy injection point was a crystal ball that was suspended on the surface of the boat and connected by an array. This seemed to be different from his ship that was made of dragon Xian silver. His ship didn't have such an energy injection point. The entire control of the ship relied on the power of the soul. Moreover, the ship itself would automatically absorb the surrounding energy and replenish itself. The person controlling the ship didn't need to expend much energy. Seeing Yun Nuashing's curious gaze, Diu puffed out his chest and said proudly, "Don't be fooled by my expedition at the beginning. It's a level 7 divine level ship that I spent a lot of money to build. Even if it encounters a demon royal, it can withstand thousands of attacks." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. However, she muttered in her heart, "His dragon Xian silver can crush a demon royal to death." After sizing up the ship for a while and feeling satisfied, Yun Nuashing took out the map of the southern eastern sea. After looking at it for a while, she raised her head and looked at Diu. "Are we going straight to the eye of the storm?" "No, we have to go around half of the southern eastern sea and avoid the settlements of some powerful sea magical beasts. We have to disembark at the relatively safe western part of the eye of the storm." Diu shook his head and pointed at the sea god's domain. Then they went in a big circle and finally arrived at the west of the eye of the storm. He said, "This is an extreme zone. There's an island reef here. When the tide is low, a large part of the island will be exposed. When the tide is high, a shore will be exposed on the west side. There aren't many reefs on the shore. The distance from here to the edge of the eye of the storm is only 200,000 miles. Coming here is already my limit. I can still try to leave from here, but if I get any closer, I won't be able to recognize the way. And we don't have any guards or anything on this ship, so if anything happens—" Diu grinned at Yun Nuashing. The latter rolled his eyes and said, "Don't worry, just sail the ship. There won't be any problems." Hearing this, Diu smiled in relief. After being smashed by the hammer, he knew that this young girl was not as simple as she looked. That heavy hammer was probably a high-grade divine tool, or else it would not have been able to knock him, a heavenly god, out with a single blow. Seeing Diu's relieved smile, Yun Nuashing shrugged. He said nothing would happen because Feng Er was there. Although Her Highness Phoenix was still underage, she had no problem dealing with ordinary magical beasts and demonic beasts. As long as she didn't encounter any super magical beasts at the same level as the Void Beast, there would be absolutely no problem. After taking a few breaths, Diu sat down cross-legged on the jade platform at the bow of the ship. He tilted his head and smiled at Yun Nuashing and the others. "Since that's the case, please take your seats. We're setting off now. The expedition is equipped with a divine grade, 5th-tier spatial device, so it's very fast. It's estimated that the voyage will take about 10 days. During this period, please don't cause any trouble. There's a positioning device on the ship." As Diu's voice faded, He pressed his palm on the crystal ball. A surge of energy gushed out and entered the crystal ball. Immediately, the entire ship began to tremble slightly. Silver blue spatial energy rapidly swam around the ship. Finally, a powerful thrust burst out from the stern of the ship. With a swoosh, a wave that was more than 10 meters high was created. The expedition turned into a white shadow and charged through space at lightning speed, heading toward the azure sea. The waves that were more than 10 meters high also caused countless curses in the harbor. On the blue sea, the expedition's speed was extremely terrifying. It swept across the sea as fast as lightning, creating waves more than 10 meters high twice. Yun Nuashing and the others stood at the edge of the ship. They could only see the blue sea constantly moving backward, leaving behind a large pile of slowly dissipating white foam. The speed was dazzling. At such a fast speed, the ship's body didn't sway at all. It was as calm as if it was traveling in space. There was no sense of swaying as it braved the wind and waves. Yun Nuashing lowered his head and looked at the side of the ship. The azure array that contained spatial energy was slowly rotating. The silver-blue spatial energy offset the resistance of the seawater. It adjusted its position from time to time, allowing the expedition to travel faster. This was the secret of why it didn't sway. It was Yun Nuashing's first time seeing such a strange array device. Although he had done some research on array devices, he hadn't been a beginner for long. However, he knew that these spatial array devices were very useful for daily transportation. For example, the flying ship that he had used before and the ship that they were on this time all had these strange array devices. They contained spatial energy and could increase the speed of transportation by several times. Some of the more advanced spatial array devices could even directly shorten the distance between spaces, achieving an effect similar to that of a spatial tunnel. According to Duyu, with their speed, they could reach the place closest to the eye of the storm in less than 10 days. However, if they flew directly from the sea god's domain, even the masters of the Emperor of the Dead could get lost on the sea. Otherwise, if they traveled in a straight line, it would only take 2 or 3 days. If they didn't get lost. At this time, the importance of a captain and a sailor was reflected. In an unfamiliar environment, other than being able to identify the direction by themselves, high-level gods could also get lost. This was especially true in a completely empty sea with endless azure and dark blue waves pushing from the end of the sky towards a distant place. Even if they used the sun and the sky to determine their position, it was still very troublesome. It was more convenient to find a ship that could reach them directly. Moreover, there was no place to rest on the sea when traveling alone. Not everyone was a high-level god and didn't need to rest. Perhaps it was because Chu Yingzhan, who was born as a young miss, found it very refreshing. She squeezed Yu to the side and guided him for a while as the latter did not know whether to laugh or cry. Approximately 2 hours later, she yawned and returned the arduous work to Duyu. Twisting her small waist, she dove into the cabin and fell into a deep sleep. He shrugged at Duyu, indicating that he couldn't do anything to that girl. Yun Nuashing, Zian, and the others sat on the stairs leading to the second floor. In this azure world full of unknown dangers, Yun Nuashing didn't dare to enter the state of cultivation casually. His soul power had been spreading in the void, and he could feel that there were many powerful creatures passing by under the sea. For safety, he had to let Yun Nuashing release a little bit of pressure. If the pressure released was too strong, it would scare the creatures under the sea and cause thousands of waves. That wouldn't be fun. In addition to the boring journey, Little Bing Air also pulled Yun Nuashing into the sea to play. Because of the spatial positioning device that could be transmitted back to the expedition in an instant, they didn't have to worry about not being able to find their position. Duyu didn't stop them. He just responded and reminded them to be careful. Then he let them go. During this period, he would regularly report to the Golden Princess and the others in the northern wilderness. But the usual conversation made them speechless. Yao Hua asked, "Are they dead?" Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and said, "Sister Jean, can I serve them with a brick?" Then there was a shrill cry from the other end. Listening to the sound, there were also a few curses. It seemed that they were being beaten up by a mixed pair of men and women. Other than Yao Hua's daily mistakes, the others were the Golden Princess, Hallmaster Shui, Yuan Shi, and the Battle Maniac Nightmare's daily battle requests. Diyu would stop for a while at night when the moon passed the sky. He would take out a map to observe the surrounding situation and write and draw on the map. At this time, Yun Nuashing would also take out a treasure map to check the direction. Then he would raise his eyes and look around the sea blankly. He didn't see anything. Why did Yun Nuashing look so happy while writing and drawing? After checking the coordinates for a few nights, Yun Nuashing could clearly see the direction they were sailing in. They were indeed getting closer to the eye of the storm that he had circled, and as they were getting closer, he also felt that something was wrong. At first, he didn't feel anything out of the ordinary, but a few days later he felt an inexplicable sense of irritation in his heart. But after all, he had a transcendent temperament. He felt like he didn't have a heart or lungs. Moreover, there were many factors that suppressed his state of mind, so the irritation didn't cause him any internal injuries. He just paced back and forth on the same spot every day, as if there was something urgent. This feeling was most obvious at night. Later on, he even felt as if there was a pair of large eyes staring at them from tens of thousands of miles above his head. That sense of sight was everywhere, and it became clearer as they traveled. This allowed him to confirm one thing. Even if the Eye of the Storm and Little Ming Ming and the others were not involved, there was definitely something wrong there. Yi pondered for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out what was going on. Lan Shiner, who had passed the awkward period, came out of the sea of fire. The few of them who were connected by soul immediately knew the news. Little White also stretched lazily, and then they all pretended to think. They seemed to have an idea, but couldn't figure it out for a while. When the last night of the journey came, Diyu said that they would arrive at their destination early the next morning. At this time, they had already entered the interference zone of the Eye of the Storm. The space was unusually stable, but the power of space was very chaotic. Sometimes they could even feel that the space that was supposed to be on the left side had moved to the right side. They even felt that the expedition was moving backward instead of forward. But these were all misconceptions caused by their senses and the scenery captured by their eyes. In fact, they were still moving forward steadily. I have slowed down a little. We are now in the interference zone of the space. This part of the road is still safe, but if we force our way through at night, there are many submerged reefs nearby. Who knows how many ships have sunk? Diyu said with lingering fear. At this time, under the starry sky, Yun Nuashing couldn't fall asleep because the restlessness and the sense of being watched grew stronger. What made him feel a little frustrated was that none of the girls around him had the same reaction as him. These few days they had played very happily, so much so that they had fallen asleep from exhaustion. Yun Nuashing tossed and turned in bed. He couldn't stand it anymore, so he came out in the middle of the night to enjoy the sea breeze. Looking at the bright, starry sky above his head, he couldn't help but sigh. On the dim sea it was dark. The lights of the expedition were all extinguished, and they couldn't see their fingers in front of them. There was only a faint light at the bow of the ship. That was Diyu maintaining the voyage, but he had also entered a state of rest. According to him, the nearby sea was relatively safe and there was nothing wrong with it. These few days, Yun Nuashing had also taken out the treasure map. He originally thought that the strange map given to him by Xian Yin wouldn't be affected by the chaotic space, but unexpectedly it stopped working when they entered the interference zone. At this time, it had become a plain map without the red that represented their location. This made Yun Nuashing feel a little relieved. If they had rushed in like this back then, they would have gotten lost at sea. Yun Nuashing stood on the platform at the stern of the second deck and looked at the dark sea surface. He was a little frustrated as he played with his colorful long hair. The restlessness had spread throughout his body, making him unable to stand or sit. He only felt that every minute and second was very uncomfortable, but he just couldn't get rid of the strange and inexplicable feeling. Buzz, a very weak and gentle buzzing sound suddenly sounded beside him. A gentle icy blue light appeared out of thin air and enveloped a few meters around Yun Nuashing. Then a beautiful blue-gold figure who was rubbing her eyes lightly walked out from behind him. Half of her golden hair was very beautiful under the night sky. It was comparable to Yun Nuashing's colorful long hair. Seeing this little dragon girl suddenly appear, Yun Nuashing was also stunned. However, he didn't say anything and just looked at her with a gentle and slightly confused gaze. "Daddy, it's so cold!" Bing Air hugged her arms and her delicate body trembled slightly. Mei Mao didn't open her eyes. She sniffled and then, as if she had smelled something, she floated in front of Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing's eyes widened. He really wanted to complain. "You're a holy ice dragon, and you actually said that it was cold. Daddy." Little Bing Air moved in front of Yun Nuashing. The icy blue Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing in confusion. Their faces were only a few centimeters apart, and Little Bing Air was slightly taller than him. At this moment, she was bending down slightly. "I'm feeling uneasy. I couldn't sleep, so I came out to get some fresh air." Yun Nuashing shook his head and reached out to ruffle Little Bing Air's hair. Seeing that she was still a little confused, he couldn't help but say, "If you're tired, go back and sleep. The bed is warmer than here." "I'm not tired." Little Bing Air's cute little face was slightly energized. She smiled blankly and said, "I've slept enough." After speaking, Little Bing Air stretched lazily. Suddenly, her dragon wings stretched out slowly behind her, extending to a few meters wide. Yun Nuashing's colorful eyes flashed slightly. He chuckled and reached out his hand. Before Little Bing Air could react, he pulled her 2 wings over and draped them over his body. He smiled and said, "Let me borrow them. They're quite warm." He didn't expect that a dragon's membrane wings would be so warm when draped over. Yun Nuashing secretly laughed in his heart. Moreover, the irritation in his heart actually calmed down a little. Little Bing Air blinked at Mei Mao and suddenly smiled gently. Under Yun Nuashing's surprised gaze, she slowly leaned over and hugged him. The remaining 2 dragon wings also stretched out. The slender dragon wings completely wrapped the 2 of them. She smiled gently and said, "Daddy, it's not cold anymore." Chapter 801. In the deep and cold sea night, the pitch-black night sky was dotted with sparkling and translucent diamond-like starlight that slowly descended and enveloped everything. Under the pure night sky, the waves of the sea only made slight crashing sounds. On the surface of the sea, a pure white boat silently glided across the ice-cold sea. At the stern of the boat, a beautiful young girl was tightly hugging the person in her arms. A pair of ice-blue dragon wings that were dyed in gold gently folded and wrapped around the 2 of them, isolating them from the cold of the sea night. The faint dragon roar accompanied the beating of the 2 hearts, and the starlight sprinkled over the entire boat. This scene was like a dream. Yun Nuashing raised his head with difficulty and wanted to rest his chin on the young girl's shoulder. However, the position was a little awkward. After sighing in his heart, he awkwardly leaned his cheek on the young girl's shoulder. His heart was calm, and the irritation that had troubled him for the past few days seemed to have been suppressed. He didn't think too much about whether the young girl's action was unintentional or had other intentions. He was too lazy and didn't want to think that way. The young girl in front of him was just a little girl who kept calling him Daddy. Although he was a little resistant to this form of address, he seemed to have gotten used to it after a long time. This hug was just a simple hug between father and daughter, or rather, he hoped that Little Bing Air didn't think of anything more complicated. Although this position wasn't quite right, rather than saying that the 2 of them were hugging, it was more like Little Bing Air had pulled Yun Nuashing into her embrace. Her 4 wings were folded as if she wanted to merge the 2 of them into one. Yun Nuashing slightly raised his head and stared at the starry sky. The girl in his arms lowered her head and pressed her cheek against his ear. Her breath was like orchids, and it tickled his ear a little. The anxiety in his heart faded a lot, but it still didn't extinguish. At the very least, he could feel a faint sense of tranquility. Daddy's heart isn't a mess. Bing Air's confused voice suddenly sounded. Her red lips sucked on a lock of Yun Nuashing's long hair, and she used her cheek to gently rub his neck. However, she didn't notice that her father was stunned. As if she didn't feel Yun Nuashing's stiffness, Bing Air said faintly, "I can hear Daddy's heart. Usually it's very warm and peaceful, but today I can only feel irritation and uneasiness." Yun Nuashing stared blankly at Bing Air's side profile. He felt a little confused. Did this girl come out to find him because she felt that he was restless? There was a soul contract between them. Just like Fong, and Little White, their souls were connected as one. The intimacy that originated from their souls surpassed all other connections. The same was true for Zai, Lon Exiner, and Kaixia, who lived in his soul. Sighing softly in his heart, Yun Nuashing didn't say anything. He only felt that anything he said would be very awkward. Usually he brought a very reassuring feeling to the people around him, making them feel that he was very reliable, although he didn't feel that way himself. It was a rare scene to see a girl holding his restless heart in her arms like this. This was also the first time that he felt that little Bing Air had a very strong divine power. It was different from the divine power of the 4 mythological beasts Fong, and the divine power of the fairy spirit that Xian had because of her physique. This divine power was very strange. It naturally flowed out of Bing Air's body, brimming with a sense of holiness and inviolability. It seemed to have a purifying effect. Perhaps it was this power that suppressed the restlessness in his heart and the deepest darkness in his soul. The devil aura in Yun Nuashing's soul was more like a pure black, formless, and untouchable darkness. It was different from the common devil aura and the common fallen evils. Even though the darkness disguised itself as devil aura, it was different from the devil aura in Nightmare and the pure devil aura in Yor. It was a kind of darkness. That was why the force formed by the extreme compression of light elements failed to destroy it. It was not devil aura at all. Yun Nuashing could tell the origin of the darkness in detail. It seemed to have started when he was eroded by the mass of chaos in the ruins of the capital of life in the East Sea. At first, many things in Yun Nuashing's body were inclined towards devil aura or darkness, such as the Netherworld Ruin Sword. That destructive force came from pure darkness. Unconventional forces were always very powerful because they could not be controlled. Darkness, on the other hand, was a deeper and more violent force than devil aura. When Yun Nuashing used this force, it would also invade his body. However, there were many opposing forces in his body as well. There was a balance between the two forces from the beginning until the erosion of the chaos broke this balance and opened a small hole in his soul. At that time, Yun Nuashing and you did not notice this. Even now, the devil aura hidden in his soul, the darkness, was constantly surging and eroding that mass of light elements, trying to devour it and break through the barrier. However, for the first time, Yun Nuashing sensed the divine power in little Bing Air's body. It seemed to be able to suppress it. Thus, countless ideas appeared in his mind, but he quickly killed them in the cradle. It was true that Binger had divine power in her body. That was the power of an ice saint dragon, but it was too weak. At the very least, he would have to wait until Binger matured before he would have another chance. At that time, he would rather choose to cultivate the light element to the extreme, using his willpower to transform it into an even more powerful divine power to heal himself or to self-destruct. Bing Air will work hard. Little Bing Air rubbed against his neck, causing Yun Nuashing to be stunned. Then he heard her say softly, "Bing Air knows what Daddy is thinking. Sister Zai and the others also know what Daddy is thinking, because we have always been one. Our souls are connected and there is no distinction between us. Isn't that right? Therefore, Daddy must wait for Bing Air. Give Bing Air some time. This time, it will be Bing Air's turn to protect Daddy, okay? The pair of blue gold eyes appeared in his line of sight, causing Yun Nuashing to be slightly moved. He couldn't help but sigh. Although he felt that it was very strange, it seemed that he only needed to feel at ease and nod at this time. Thus he nodded helplessly. After seeing this, Bing Air immediately blossomed into an incomparably beautiful smile, as if it could light up the night sky. Indulging in the gentle atmosphere created by little Bing Air, Yun Nuashing sighed in his heart again. He suddenly felt that the troubles that had troubled him for so many years didn't seem to have anything to worry about. Even though this problem had troubled him for so long, now that he had completely calmed down, it seemed that he could only feel at ease. He wasn't the only one troubled. There were so many people around him who were doing their best to help him, but he seemed to have unintentionally ignored them. He had always shouldered everything on his own and wanted to solve everything by himself. He didn't want to rely on anyone and didn't want to trouble anyone. He could only rely on himself. In the end, he was also an arrogant fellow. At this time, he could finally let go of the heavy burden that he had always placed on himself. The haze in his heart was swept away, and Yun Nuashing felt a lot more relaxed. Even the irritation in his heart had completely calmed down. It seemed that his random thoughts weren't unrelated to that irritation. Yun Nuashing gently patted Bing Air's back and wanted to say something. He turned his head slightly, and just as he put on a smile, his face froze. He saw that this idiot had actually fallen asleep while leaning on his shoulder. Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. Furthermore, this girl was hugging him so tightly even when she was asleep, as if she was hugging her baby. He couldn't break free from her 4 dragon wings. Yun Nuashing rubbed the black star pearl on his forehead in distress. He helplessly carried little Bing Air, who had rolled him up like a spring roll, back to the room. The next morning, Yun Nuashing and the others woke up from their dreams amidst a wave of moderate shaking. After a while, they casually tidied up and ran out of the cabin. What entered their sight was a 100-meter-tall black mountain rock. Nearly half of the bottom of the mountain rock was very dark in color. White waves rolled up from time to time and slapped on the mountain rock, causing the latter to shake slightly. The shaking was very subtle, and it was difficult to notice if one didn't have good eyesight. Yun Nuashing and the others turned to look at the side of the ship. At this time, the expedition was fixed in place like a nail. The side of the ship faced a fan-shaped beach that was about 10 feet wide. Although it was called a beach, it was actually a gravel stall paved with gravel. A white figure stood on a diamond-shaped boulder. When Yun Nuashing and the others came out, they happened to see the latter raise his head and take a sip of mellow wine. Feeling the movement behind him, Diyu turned around and saw Yun Nuashing and the others standing on the edge of the ship. He couldn't help but smile faintly. "Ladies, we've arrived." Yun Nuashing curiously looked at the gravel stall and gave the girls a look. She slowly walked down the ship and came to the position beside Diyu. She stood on the 10-meter-tall, diamond-shaped boulder and looked into the distance. The sky in the distance seemed a little gloomy. The clouds were rolling slightly, and occasionally sunlight would come through the gaps. However, it was quickly shattered by the sea of clouds. Even though the sky was still bright at this moment, looking at the gloomy sky in the distance, one could almost hear the whistling of the wind raging in their ears. That's the eye of the storm. If we take a step forward and cross this island reef, we will cross the final boundary and officially enter the range of the eye of the storm. I named this island reef the Sea Eye Boundary. Diyu raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine. He sighed and shook the wine gourd in his hand as he looked into the distance with a slightly serious expression. Yun Nuashing's expression was also very serious. The restlessness that was suppressed by Bing Air last night began to surge in the bottom of his heart again. However, this was not the main factor that affected him. His eyes emitted a dazzling light as he opened his evil spirit eye. In his eyes, the appearance of the world changed greatly. He could see countless energies, 9 colored elemental energies, colorless heaven and earth energy, silver blue spatial energy, and pale yellow time energy. They were all condensing into 3 huge rivers that revolved around the eye of the storm. They formed an incomparably huge energy vortex that constantly swept towards the center. This scene startled Yun Nuashing. It wasn't that he hadn't seen chaotic energy before, but he had never seen it in such a chaotic state. Almost all of the power was forcefully twisted into a ball by a huge force. In the center of the eye of the storm, there seemed to be a giant mouth of a tautai that was endlessly swallowing this power. "Old Do, I don't know what you little girls are doing here. Although I feel that you are not ordinary people and have powerful energy, Old Do still has to say something." After drinking the last mouthful of wine, Du hung the wine gourd on his waist and exhaled a breath that reeked of alcohol. He said, "It's not too late to turn back now. Although the energy here is violent, it is not to the extent that it can suppress the energy. Furthermore, if we retreat from here, I can still bring you out. If we go any further, I have no way at all. You are the 7th batch of guests that I have sent here. If you are here for sightseeing, why don't you go back now?" Du looked at Yun Nuashing and advised her. Yun Nuashing looked at the drunkard in surprise. The bright colors in her eyes dimmed, leaving only a glimmer of light. She looked Du up and down, smiled, and cupped her hands. She said, "Big brother Du, you can send us here. We have a reason that we have to go." Du's eyes flashed. Yun Nuashing's quiet appearance made it difficult for him to connect her with a person who knocked him down with a hammer. He had to admit that she looked like a lady from a respectable family. Although Du did not know that Yun Nuashing was a man, Du looked at her quietly for a while. His palm touched the wine gourd out of habit. Only then did he realize that there was no more wine left. He froze there stiffly. After a moment he sighed. His body shook and disappeared. Then he appeared on the expedition and walked lazily into the cabin. Yun Nuashing thought that he was going to sail away, so she ignored him. She looked at the edge of the eye of the storm, not far away. Just as she was about to rush over, the space beside her shook slightly. Du appeared in front of her again, startling her. At this time, the latter was holding a dark green box in his hand. "What's wrong?" Yun Nuashing asked curiously. Du coughed dryly. He held the dark green box with both hands. Then he said with a smile, "This is a very, very precious." Before he could finish, Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. With a wave of her hand, a white jade bottle appeared in front of her. She threw it to Du. Then she said helplessly, "It's a high-grade immortal pill. Don't keep me in suspense." Du took the white jade bottle without looking at it. He laughed and handed the dark green box to Yun Nuashing. Then he said slowly, "This is what I found when I first came here. About 100 years ago, the dark green box stood quietly at the highest point of the island. It was covered by a layer of film and was very bright. When I drove in carelessly, I was attracted by the light. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for me to come here. When I took the box, the calm eye of the storm began to churn. Chaotic energy came from the distant horizon. At that time, the eye of the storm hadn't spread to such a distant place, and it didn't cover such a large area. It only covered a radius of 10,000 miles. Du paused for a moment. Then, as if he thought of something, his face turned slightly pale. "Now that I think about it, it seems that when I took the dark green box, the eye of the storm began to expand. In 100 years, it expanded from 10,000 miles to 200,000 miles. Moreover, the area affected by the energy also spread to very distant places." After Yun Nuashing heard him, she was also curious. She waved her hand and slowly opened the dark green box. When a crack was revealed, a cold aura gushed out from within. The cold aura was like a spring. The cold aura caused the churning waves below to turn sluggish, as if they were about to freeze. Even the energy gathered above the eye of the storm in the distance trembled. Inside the dark green box, was a fragment. It was a dark green fragment that was painted with beautiful and mysterious patterns. It was in the shape of a fan. One side of it was very smooth, as if part of it had been cut in half. The other side was bumpy, as if it had been smashed. I studied this jade fragment for a long time. It seems to point to the center of the eye of the storm, but the direction is very vague. I didn't dare to casually go there. I've never heard of anyone who went to the center of the eye of the storm and returned successfully. Do you thought of something and said with lingering fear? Moreover, I could occasionally hear the sound of tsunamis coming from this dark, green jade fragment. It often made me feel like someone was spying on me. I felt a little nervous, so I had no choice but to seal it back into the box. After that, I didn't take it out. The sound of tsunamis and the sight also disappeared. I'll come back in 10 days if you're still alive by then. If we come out, I'll carve a line here. Duyu's helpless voice was left behind as he watched the MV expedition turn around and rush toward the sea and sky. His gaze was as if he was looking at a group of warriors. Chapter 802. After Duyu left her sight, Yun Nuashing stood there for a long time. She took out the broken jade and casually put it away in the box. Then she lowered her head and rubbed this strange, broken jade with her palm. Although it was called a broken jade, it was more like a piece of green ice. The patterns on it were very strange. At the edge of the broken jade, there was a protruding arc that spanned across the entire broken jade. This shape made her feel familiar, as if she had seen it a long time ago. That was something that she had piled up in the corner of the pendant space to collect dust. It had been a long time since she touched it, and she didn't see any reaction from it. At this moment, when she held this broken jade, she felt that it was emitting a faint light. Yun Nuashing's expression was strange. She took the item out of the pendant. It was an ice-blue broken jade, and it was emitting an extremely cold air. A faint blue light flickered on its surface. After it came out, the broken jade seemed to come alive. The emerald light shone on Yun Nuashing and the others' serious faces. Do you still remember? I picked this up when I went to the ruins of Rain Country. However, after I got it, I didn't see any reaction from it. Yun Nuashing said softly. Under the girl's gazes, she held the broken jade in each hand. She aligned the two smooth cracks and gently closed them together. Ding! A clear sound rang out in the space like a wind chime. The two broken jade pieces also gently closed together with this sound. After the two broken jade pieces closed together, the smooth crack in the middle also disappeared. Yun Nuashing, who was very sensitive to energy, also suddenly felt that the surging sea of energy in the distance seemed to have calmed down a little. Looking at the ice blue and emerald jade pieces in her hand, Yun Nuashing frowned. She didn't understand why this ice-blue broken jade, which seemed to be related to the eye of the storm, would fly to a place as far away as the desolate north. While he was in a daze, he thought that the two pieces of broken jade had been glued together and subconsciously let go of his hand. In the end, the broken jade that had just been glued together suddenly split open and fell from his hand. After Yun Nuashing reacted, he hurriedly caught it and looked at it strangely. There shouldn't be a mistake between these two pieces. Can't they fit together? He tried a few times, and every time he touched the two pieces of broken jade together, there would be a ding sound, making him think that they had recovered. But when he let go, the other piece would fall down. These two pieces of broken jade formed the other half of something. There should be another half. Chu Yingzhan's jade-like hand gently caressed the semicircular broken jade. After pondering for a while, she said, "Look at this section. It should be the mark left behind after this thing was smashed. Do you think of anything?" Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly when he saw her looking at him with a burning gaze. This thing was so bizarre that he didn't even know how he managed to collect half of it. As for the other half, how could it be? It seems like... Before he could finish the negative words in his heart, Yun Nuashing paused and stared blankly with his eyes wide open. Then, with half expectation and half suspicion, he touched the pendant with his hand. With a flash of light, A thick blue book appeared in his hand. She casually flipped open the book and saw that it wasn't a book but a box. However, it didn't look any different from a book. In the book-like box, there was a colorful, semicircular broken piece. The broken surface was smooth but uneven. It looked like a mark left behind after something was broken or smashed. This is... Chu Yingzhan was stunned when she saw him take out something that looked like a book. She put down her crossed arms. Mei Mao stared at Yun Nuoxing in disbelief. It can't be so coincidental, right? If it's true, how heaven-defying is this guy's luck? Back then, when I went to Nirvana City, I brought it from a map shop. There wasn't any movement. If there's one thing left that is related to the East Sea, this is probably the only thing I have left. Yun Nuoxing said softly. He asked Zian and Feng to take the ice blue and dark green pieces of broken jade and put them together. Then he took out the heavy, colorful, semicircular plate. Chu Yingzhan and Mei Mao glanced at the broken parts of the two pieces. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat when she saw that Yun Nuoxing was moving slowly. She couldn't help but grumble softly. She grabbed his wrist and pushed the semicircular plate forward. Then she put it together. The broken parts of the two semicircular plates fit perfectly. It's really... Chu Yingzhan was speechless when she saw that the three pieces had really combined into one. Is this guy still human? The three pieces were so far apart, but he managed to put them together. Just when everyone thought that there would be some kind of reaction when the three pieces were combined and pulled their hands away, the three pieces of broken jade suddenly lost their support and fell from the air. Yun Nuoxing caught them in a flurry. She moved closer to take a look. Then she reached out her small hand from her wide sleeve and gently stroked the broken parts. She frowned. It can't be put together. Although the three pieces are a set, they are missing a core that supports their existence. Without that core, it's impossible for them to be reunited. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He lowered his head and put the three pieces together again. Then he looked at them. As the pieces of jade were restored, the complicated patterns in the middle were also pieced together like a puzzle. At a rough glance, it looked like an eye, and it was a tightly closed eye. The pieces of jade showed three different colors. Obviously, they weren't completely restored. Tapping his chin with his palm, Yun Nuoxing also frowned. He couldn't think of any useful clues, so he could only look at the other side of the island, in the direction of the eye of the storm. With the appearance of the three broken pieces of jade, the violent energy ocean seemed to have calmed down a little. Even the fierce waves on the ocean showed signs of extinguishing. It seemed that it would return to peace soon. After pondering for a while, Yun Nuoxing handed the three pieces of jade to Zian, Feng and Bing. These three pieces of jade should have some connection with the eye of the storm, but we don't know anything deeper. Take them and don't go too far away. This thing seems to be able to calm the eye of the storm a little. Zian and the other two nodded and solemnly held the pieces of jade in their hands. Only Chu Yingzhan pursed her lips and muttered something that Yun Nuoxing didn't hear clearly. The three pieces of jade responded to each other across the air. This was the first time that Yun Nuoxing had seen these three pieces of jade from different places have the same reaction at the same time. This made him even more curious. His colorful eyes looked at the eye of the storm with a solemn expression. He took a deep breath, waved his hand, and took the lead to rush out. Behind him, Zian and the other two quickly followed. The moment they crossed the island, it was officially announced that they had entered the eye of the storm. Their bodies trembled, and the energy in their bodies stopped circulating for a moment. However, this moment didn't last for long. The three pieces of jade trembled slightly, and the faint light they emitted suddenly became stronger. They intertwined into a flashing golden energy barrier, covering an area with a radius of 10 meters. The energy that Yun Nuoxing and the others had stopped circulating was also restored under this golden barrier. She raised her head to look at the sky, then lowered her head to look at the dark eye of the storm. She said in a deep voice, "The eye of the storm is really strange. Even my energy was imprisoned in an instant. Without this thing, even if we could enter the eye of the storm, we probably wouldn't be able to take a single step. Yun Nuashing nodded in agreement. He looked at the 3 pieces of jade with even more curiosity. After a moment, he waved his hand and led the others to quickly fly towards the center of the eye of the storm. The eye of the storm had a radius of 200,000 li. It was completely black, like a piece of obsidian. It was unknown how deep the sea below was. It was so dark that one couldn't even see a shadow. The sea was clearly surging, but with one's eyes, one could only see that the surface of the sea was as smooth as a mirror. It was as if there was a contradiction between one's senses and one's vision. As they got closer and closer to the center of the eye of the storm, the altitude that Yun Nuashing and the others were flying at also gradually decreased. The energy condensed in the sky slowly became visible to the naked eye. In the end, even without the help of the evil spirit eye, one could see a surging energy waterfall flowing in the sky. It was just that this waterfall was horizontal, and it was swirling towards the center like a vortex. As the energy appeared from nowhere, even she could feel how terrifying the energy above her head was, causing her little face to turn pale. She had no choice but to bring Yun Nuashing and the others to fly at a low altitude. They were afraid that the energy in the sky would come crashing down, and that would be an indescribable disaster. Yun Nuashing had been looking at the sky the entire time. Even though her body was descending a lot, she didn't lower her head. After a long time, she hesitated and said, "Soul energy shouldn't be considered as the world's origin energy, right?" "Of course not. Although the cultivation method of the soul can convert the world's origin energy into soul energy, it is not the world's origin energy, but a power born from the soul." She was stunned. Although she didn't understand why he would suddenly ask such a question, she still answered in detail. Yun Nuashing nodded and pointed at the sky, saying, "Then why is there a weak soul energy in the enormous energy vortex in the sky? It can't be that the energy vortex can evolve into a form of energy on its own, right?" Yun Nuashing sneered, causing Shi to be stunned. She immediately raised her head and sensed it. As expected, she sensed the soul energy that the former was talking about. However, this soul energy was extremely weak. It was only the weight of a drop of water in the boundless energy waterfall. Soul energy that was not controlled by anyone was extremely weak. It was actually not crushed by the modeled energy, causing Shi to be extremely curious. However, it was clearly not the right time for her to express her curiosity. After asking that question, Yun Nuashing lowered her head and continued flying, not wanting to get to the bottom of the matter. With the help of the light element, the group quickly arrived at a position close to the center. Yun Nuashing's figure landed 1 meter above the surface of the sea. Divine weapons spiraled out from his body, slowly revolving around the group. That terrifying energy fluctuation spread out, causing the eye of the storm to make a corresponding response. The energy in the sky also became berserk. 100 kilometers in front of the group, the energy waterfall in the sky was entangled in the center of the vortex. Then, like a funnel, it slowly dropped down to the pitch-black surface of the sea. The pitch-black surface of the sea was really like a mirror. From the surface of the sea, one could see that the energy vortex was swirling and surging towards the bottom of the sea. From the looks of it, it seemed that the energy vortex was rushing towards the bottom of the sea. Yun Nuashing felt a headache coming on. What happened next made her head tremble in pain. As they approached the source of the vortex, the ice-blue broken jade in Xian's hand suddenly trembled. Under everyone's astonished gazes, a thumb-thick energy beam shot out. When that beam of light approached the huge energy vortex, it suddenly turned and followed the vortex down to the bottom of the sea. Seeing this light beam that seemed to be guiding the way, Yun Nuashing's cheeks fiercely twitched. After a long while, she could only accept this fact, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She looked at the pitch-black surface of the sea with lingering fear. As far as her eyes could see, The energy vortex had already shrunk from its funnel shape to a thin beam of light, continuously surging towards the bottom of the sea. There seemed to be something waiting for their energy to be delivered there. All right, it seems that we have to go down to the sea again. Go down to the sea. Yun Nuashing put her hands on her hips. She looked like she didn't care at all. She spoke lightly, but Ziyin and the others could hear that she was gnashing her teeth. She originally planned to use the light element to rush to the bottom of the sea in one go. Yun Nuashing was already in a horse stance because of this, but she suddenly recalled Chu Fun's warning to be careful. She abruptly stopped the rapidly surging light element and inexplicably frowned. Slow down, go down. Yun Nuashing let out a hollow laugh. Her floating figure slowly landed on the surface of the water. She opened the barrier of the divine armament, enveloping the barrier formed by the 3 pieces of broken jade. Then she slowly dove into the sea. Ziyin and the others looked at each other in dismay and shrugged their shoulders. They had already made preparations to resist the impact. They didn't expect that a certain person who always acted recklessly would choose not to use the light element to rush to the bottom of the sea in one go. However, they didn't say anything. When Yun Nuashing slowly dove into the sea, they also dove into the sea. The sky was completely covered by dark clouds. There wasn't a trace of sunlight. It was dark and empty. The sea was also dusky. Yun Nuashing had no choice but to condense the light element into a ball and hang it above her head to act as a light source, illuminating the sea within a kilometer of her. Yun Nuashing's line of sight was fixed in the distance. There, the converged energy currents formed a gorgeous ray of light, illuminating the dark sea. That ray of light even shone on them, who were 100 kilometers away. She could even see some very small and indescribable things floating in the sea. After an unknown amount of time, Yun Nuashing gradually became somewhat impatient. The suppressed irritation in her heart affected her state of mind. After a while, she couldn't help but use the light element to increase the speed of her descent. However, she didn't use the light element at full strength. She only sped up a lot. What made Yun Nuashing sigh was that the depth of this pitch-black sea didn't seem to be any shallower than the place where she saw the sea prison flame. It was similarly dark, so dark that it made one's heart palpitate. This place was also filled with surging energy that the latter didn't have. That was the concentrated energy that was inadvertently separated from the energy ray. It was divided in the sea, causing the sea to be filled with an unimaginable amount of chaotic energy. This dive continued for a long time. They seemed to have reached the end. Yun Nuashing wasn't clear whether it was the end. However, she saw that the energy ray abruptly disappeared when it sank to a certain place. The depth is unknown. The proportion of energy in the sea is 70%. It's close to the domain of a divine emperor. There's no power of law in the surroundings, nor any other energy. She analyzed the energy distribution at their current location like a machine. Then she slowly approached the point where the energy disappeared. She extended her small hand and gently and carefully touched it. A layer of fine ripples appeared in that space. Feeling the resistance from her small hand, she clenched her fist and said, "Spatial displacement barrier and energy elimination barrier." If Brother Nua had used the speed of light to collide with these 2 barriers, I would have been seriously injured. She glanced at Yun Nuashing and shrugged her shoulders. Her indifferent words made him break out in cold sweat. He couldn't help but pat his chest. Fortunately, he hadn't been rash. Could it be that girl can really see something? After rejoicing, Yun Nuashing thought of the girl who reminded him to be careful and scratched his head. The 2 barriers weren't a big problem for Yishi. Rashly colliding with them might cause trouble, but it didn't mean that she didn't have a way to go around them. In just a few breaths, Yishi stuck a formation array on the 2 barriers and carefully let everyone through. After passing through the enchantment, the sudden weight caused Yun Nuashing to be stunned. He hurriedly adjusted his body and at the same time mobilized the wind elements to carry the few girls beside him, and slowly landed on a flat ground. The light element was released and completely illuminated the place. Only then did Yun Nuashing see that they were inside a cave. There was no seawater, and the top of the barrier was a kilometer above their heads. The surging energy current passed through the barrier and hung in the sky like the Milky Way, emitting a terrifying energy pressure. Without the obstruction of seawater, they could even hear the sound of rolling thunder. After stabilizing himself and counting the number of people, Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that no one was missing. He looked in the direction of the Milky Way and suddenly widened his eyes. At the front, there was actually a huge palace built from ice. An icy aura was continuously emitting from it. It looked simple and unadorned. Yun Nuashing was shocked. Other than the huge ice palace in the middle, there were even more ruins of palaces in the surroundings. They were all made of ice and had collapsed into ruins. The falling ice had smashed into the ground and covered the ground with ice shards. In his eyes, this might be the ruins of an ice palace. The quick-witted Chu Yingzhan looked nervously at the numerous collapsed ice palaces. Finally, her gaze fixed on the perfectly preserved ice palace in the middle, and she said in astonishment, "This is a throne!" Chapter 803. In the sky above the dilapidated ice palace ruins, a torrent of energy quietly streaked across the space. It circled above the former and finally slowly converged into the seemingly frozen, throne-like building, causing the light it emitted to be slightly brighter. In front of the ice palace ruins, Yun Nuashing and the others stopped 3 meters away. Ice-blue cold air floated faintly from the ruins. When it touched their bodies, they could feel that the temperature had suddenly dropped by a few hundred degrees. The space here was not frozen. They thought that there was a special form of energy that existed here. However, Yishi took the initiative to say that the space here was extremely firm. Ordinary absolute zero, or something like that, would not be able to freeze it. It might have to be lowered by a few million times to be able to cause a trace of frost to appear in the space. Unless it is a special cold air. For example, if it is cold air that is as firm as this space, the energy in the same field can cancel each other out, Yishi said. They slowly stepped into the ice palace ruins. The surrounding cold air was blown away by the airflow brought by their light footsteps. When Yun Nuashing and the others first entered, they were attracted by the magnificent ice palace ruins. They did not pay attention to the surrounding situation. It was not until now that they walked in the ice palace ruins that they discovered dozens of corpses lying under the ice or directly in the middle of the road. These corpses had already become ice sculptures. Their expressions when they were alive were frozen at the last moment. There was regret, unwillingness, and resentment. This reminded Yun Nuashing of what he had said. Those who came here were all lonely souls and wild ghosts. They have all been dead for more than 10,000 years. The oldest ice sculpture is probably a work of art that was left behind from a different era. She squatted in front of the nearest ice sculpture and glanced at it. Then she ran to the other ice sculptures to take a look. Only then did she return to Yun Nuashing and say, "They are all high-level gods. There is even a peak god emperor who is close to a god." Seeing Yun Nuashing's shock, she pursed her lips and patted his arm with her small hand. She said, "This kind of thing is not rare. Brother Nua, you have heard of it too. The stronger the person, the more extreme they are when they are about to die in their old age or when they know that they can never cross this step, they will use some extreme means to hope that they can continue on their broken path. There are many such people in the realm of the gods. Even in other worlds, including hell, there are such existences. They have no scruples. Those who are about to die are not afraid of death. Those who have no future will go against heaven and step on a new path. Therefore, since ancient times, there have been many people who have jumped into the forbidden zone to commit suicide. Or rather, there will never be a lack of them." Yun Nuashing nodded in understanding. Of course, he knew about this. When he first heard about it, he even complained, "What kind of rubbish is this?" Now that he thought about it, He could not help but pay some respect to those who risked their lives. In a higher sense, they were all pioneers. At least their existence allowed the later generations to explore the forbidden zone better. Have you heard of this place? After looking around, Yun Nuashing finished searching through the few memories in his head with difficulty. However, he could not find any information that matched his description. He had no choice but to look at the others. However, Chu Yingzhan, Yi Shi, and the others were very cooperative, shrugging their shoulders at the same time. This answer was also within his expectations. Their group was indeed strong enough, and their various identities and statuses were also ridiculously strong. The only flaw was that they had pitifully little experience. This point, whether it was the grand god Emperor Yi Shi or the one and only Phoenix Majesty in the world that had been passed down from ancient times, they were all the same. Of the two of them, one was almost the youngest god emperor, while the other did not have any ancient memories. At this time, it was useless to talk about this. The power of the broken jade disappeared after it came here, and it did not seem to be a threat. Yun Nuashing asked everyone to split up and look for clues. Meanwhile, he walked towards the huge ice palace that Chu Yingzhan called the throne. This was the most complete building left in this place. Hearing the footsteps beside him, Yun Nuashing laughed dryly and scratched his head. He had also guessed that this girl had become his little tail. From a distance of 100 meters, he looked up at the 1,000-foot-high ice palace. From top to bottom, he could see that the architectural style of this ice palace was completely different from any other building he had seen before. There were 4 vertical pillars that extended from the ground all the way to the top of the ice palace, and the core of the building seemed to be built around these 4 pillars. And near the top of the ice palace, he could see a massive platform with a long and slanted flight of stairs leading to its depths. If he ignored the 4 pillars, the entire ice palace looked like a luxurious throne. It was no wonder that Chu Yingzhan had said that this was a throne. It looked very similar to one. After walking carefully for a while, Yun Nuashing stopped when he was about 300 feet away. He could see a transparent barrier standing in front of him. When he touched it gently with his hand, he could see the barrier tremble. The trembling spread from the ground to the top of the underground, rejecting his touch. However, the torrent of energy was not hindered by this and easily passed through it silently. Yun Nuashing used a little force. The transparent barrier was as heavy as a mountain, but it looked very soft. When he touched it with his hand, he could feel the barrier rebounding his finger back. However, if he punched it with all his strength, the barrier would become as hard as steel. The strength that could flatten a mountain with a punch could not even cause a ripple on the barrier. Yun Nuashing felt that even the Netherworld Ruins sword would not be able to cut it open. He lost interest in exploring this strange barrier and turned to walk into the collapsed ice palaces on both sides, hoping to find some clues to open the barrier. Unfortunately, these collapsed ice palaces were very clean. The ice was white and there was nothing inside. This news was brought to Yun Nuashing by the way when everyone gathered. She even used her hands to touch inch by inch, but she couldn't find anything carved on the walls. Bing Air, can you remove this ice without affecting the corpse inside? Yun Nuashing asked little Bing Air as he walked in front of a corpse sealed in ice that was about 10 feet wide. Little Bing Air frowned and thought for a while, but she did not give an answer. She walked in front of Yun Nuashing and squatted down. She touched the ice sculpture gently with her jade hand. An icy blue light flashed on her hand and then disappeared. Then Yun Nuashing saw that the ice that had been condensed for tens of thousands of years suddenly began to disappear unnaturally. It did not melt or shatter. Instead, it was as if the frozen state was being wiped away. The ice was disappearing silently. A few pairs of eyes stared nervously at the disappearing ice block. When they touched the head of the corpse, they slowed down for a moment, but returned to normal after a while. The corpse that was sealed in the ice block was safely revealed. It was a middle-aged man who looked like he was sleeping soundly. Unlike the other ice sculptures that were full of colorful expressions, he looked like he was sleeping soundly. After the ice completely disappeared, the man also landed steadily on the frozen ground. However, after a few seconds, the man's body also disappeared silently like the ice just now. He was inexplicably erased until not a single trace of him was left. Seeing the man's body disappear suddenly and completely in just a few seconds, Yun Nuashing could not do anything even if she reacted. She could only look at Bing Air helplessly. His body has already become a part of the ice and cannot be completely separated. In addition to the power of time, he will not be exposed for more than 10 seconds after being exposed from the ice. Bing Air explained softly. Then her blue-gold eyes turned, as if she had thought of something. Except for the deities, their bodies exist forever. Yun Nuashing covered her face. It was useless to talk about the deities now. She could not believe it and asked Bing Air to open all the ice sculptures. Every time the ice completely melted, the ancient experts sealed in different clothes and styles would disappear after 7 seconds. Even the experts who were close to the post-god level would not be left behind. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of corpses had completely disappeared, and not a single one was left. What kind of enmity or grudge do you have with them? You don't even want others to collect their corpses. Helpless, Chu Yingzhan used her elbow to poke Yun Nuashing's waist and teased. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. No one will collect their corpses anyway. Can't I send their corpses to be reincarnated? Reincarnation doesn't seem to be under your control, right? Chu Yingzhan put her hands on her hips. Just as she was about to retort, Yun Nuashing suddenly closed her mouth and rolled her eyes at Chu Yingzhan. She snorted and walked towards the place where she saw the barrier just now. It was obvious that she did not want to quarrel with this girl. Chu Yingzhan also gave a light snort. Her footsteps didn't slow down in the slightest as she followed them. However, Ziyan and the other girls who were following behind them couldn't help but cover their faces and sigh when they saw the two of them quarreling in such a strange manner. After standing in front of that strange barrier for a long time, Ziyan and Yi, she tried countless methods, but to no avail. Yun Nuashing even threw out all kinds of weapons, but it was still difficult to shake the barrier. In the end, everyone could only come to a conclusion. This barrier was soft if you used a soft method, but if you used a hard method, it would only be harder than you. When two forces were superimposed, they still had to use the hard method. Moreover, it didn't take time to switch halfway, so using both soft and hard methods was useless. In the end, Yun Nuashing did not give up and threw out a netherworld final slash. In the end, it did not even make a splash. The full power of the final slash did not even explode before it was neutralized by the barrier. It was as if the barrier had swallowed it in one breath. Ugh, this won't do. We can't beat this thing. Yun Nuashing scratched his head in distress. He had really used all the methods he could think of. Even putting the 3 pieces of broken jade together was useless. He also did not know what this wall was made of. He had already rushed forward with the ice snow divine staff to knock on it, but the barrier did not even bother with him. Yi, she tugged at the black hair in front of her chest and gently pressed on the barrier with her small hand. The barrier immediately bounced back and forth like jelly. Brother Nua, this thing, theoretically, it cannot be broken. Yi, she smiled bitterly, as if she had realized something. Please explain. Yun Nuashing adjusted his posture and reached out to pick his ear, indicating that he was all ears. Yi, she reached out and knocked on the barrier. After organizing her words, she said, "This is an energy stripping barrier. It can strip away all the energy that comes into contact with it. It is stripping, not resisting. In a fundamental sense, it is eliminating energy. But this thing is in another world, a world that I have been to before. It is called an information stripping barrier," Yi, she said in distress. Information stripping? Yun Nuashing extracted the key word in confusion. Yi, she nodded. This world is also in the 8 elements realm. It is the same place as the plane we are in. It is a world that has developed in a different direction from the God realm. In that world, this barrier is no less important than the forbidden formation set up by the divine masters of this world. In simple terms, all the manifestations of this world can be summed up as information that an object can display. Yi Shi paused and pointed at Yun Nuashing with her little finger. Colorful hair 1. 8 meters, trench coat, flames. For example, the most basic information. Weight, temperature, color, volume, and so on. It is because we can sense these things that they exist. Yi Shi shook her finger and said, when all the factors that define an object, or in other words, all the information are removed, the object will go from existing to not existing. Because there is no information that defines it, it cannot be recognized, observed, or judged. In a fundamental sense, it does not exist. And if we explain this in the God realm, it means that the existence of energy is being wiped away. It is very similar to what Bing Air did just now. In a fundamental sense, objects will disappear, and of course, this object includes energy. Yi Shi paused and tapped her chin with her finger. Then she said, this involves the power of laws. Although the God Emperors have begun to use the power of laws, only the gods and those who have transcended the power of laws can do this. As soon as Yi Shi finished speaking, Yun Nuashing understood this. She said, oh. Then she said with her own guess, in order to remove this barrier, it requires an equivalent amount of energy or even an excess of energy. In other words, it requires a God-level elite to use the power of laws to remove this barrier. Correct. And it requires an equally powerful God-level elite to do this. Yi Shi smiled and nodded. Yun Nuashing also nodded. She crossed her arms and said calmly, isn't this nonsense? What God-level elite? The only one he knew and could come into contact with was Ning Qianxue. However, that Her Eminence did not seem to be in the God realm. Where could he find a God-level elite? They were all hibernating. They were not cabbages. Where could he find a God-level elite? Although he barely, very barely, grasped a little bit of the power of laws, it was probably only the size of a thumb. He could not use this little bit at will. Combining the power of laws that Yi Shi, a mid-level God Emperor, could use, the conclusion was that they had wasted half a day here. Chapter 804. Yi Shi was also very helpless. It was obvious that she had also thought of this problem. This barrier was in front of them, blocking their only way out. Their group should not be able to do anything about it. Hey, idiot, the way back seems to have been blocked. Just as Yun Nuashing and the others were at their wits' end, a calm voice sounded, causing him to raise his head. Outside the Ice Palace ruins, Chu Yingzhan was looking up at the place where the torrent of energy fell from above. The place she was looking at was a mountain wall. The energy passed through the mountain wall. To be specific, it came in from the outside. However, the mountain wall should be the edge of the barrier, but the torrent of energy that fell from above had a very strong pressure. Anyone who got slightly closer would feel as if their body was going to split open. The energy condensed from half of the southern eastern sea is all gathered here. The pressure there is enough to make a peak emperor god expert suffer. Yi Shi walked to Chu Yingzhan's side and also raised her head to look at that magnificent energy current. A light flashed through her eyes as she said with a sigh, we can still get out. The exit is right beside the energy current. If Big Brother Nua uses all his strength, he can still bring us out. But at the end of her sentence, Yi Shi turned her head to look at Yun Nuashing, who was walking over slowly. This made him stunned. He scratched his head and smiled bitterly. We left just like that. It feels a little dejected. Furthermore, we still haven't figured out what's going on with Little Ming. Maybe it has nothing to do with this place. Chu Yingzhan muttered softly. When she saw Yun Nuashing looking over, she could not help but tilt her head and mumble, then let's wait and see. Although I don't have much hope, that's all. Yun Nuashing nodded helplessly. He waved his hand and walked into the Ice Palace ruins again. Actually, even without Chu Yingzhan's words, he himself felt that there was no hope. The barrier was like a heavenly curtain, which was almost the epitome of absolute defense. No matter how hard he thought, he could not think of any way to deal with that damn thing. Crossing his arms and closing his eyes, Yun Nuashing stood in front of the invisible barrier and asked Feng, and the others to spread out and explore the ice palace. After that, Yun Nuashing fell into meditation. A lot of images and words that were not related to each other flashed across his mind. By the way, he also asked the few people living in his spiritual world. However, the clues that they could provide were really limited. Standing in front of this damn thing, Yun Nuashing knew nothing. This made him, who thought that he had mastered a lot of ancient knowledge, feel a bit frustrated. Since there was no other way, he could only try the stupidest way, which was to experiment one by one until he could open the barrier. He did not believe that the guy who built the ice palace ruins put this thing here just to disgust others. Besides, there was a large amount of energy flowing over his head. If even those pure and rich energies could pass through, this so-called information-erasing barrier must have conditions that allowed something to pass through. Gold elemental energy, wood elemental energy, water elemental energy, fire elemental energy, earth elemental energy, light elemental energy. While Yun Nuashing was nervously trying, Zian muttered to herself in a low voice. Every time Yun Nuashing used energy, she would silently record it in her mind. Soul shock, mental shock, energy shock, light fire element shock, light wood element shock, Netherruin sword, Linghong sword, golden chain, big hammer. Yun Nuashing did not know whether to laugh or cry as he listened to Zian's muttering. He looked at her with a hurt expression and said with a bitter smile, "Girl, stop muttering." "My balls are hurting." Yun Nuashing regretted it as soon as he said this. He seemed to have said this once before. At that time he remembered. The little girl's mind was slightly blank. She blinked at Mei Mao, and as if a nerve had spasmed, she subconsciously said, "Help you rub it?" Yun Nuashing collapsed to the ground, and the conversation went on again. Zian, who suddenly spoke without thinking, bent down and looked at him for a while without blushing. Then she walked into the ice palace ruins with her hands behind her back. She touched the cold wall with her lily-white hands and muttered to herself. If he did not see that the little girl's ears were completely red, he would have thought that she really did not care. Yun Nuashing tirelessly tried all kinds of energy, or changed the form of energy, or changed the strength of the energy. In short, he tried everything that he could think of. However, even when he collapsed to the ground in front of the barrier did not even let out a fart. He guessed that if the barrier had a consciousness, it would have already laughed at him. After resting for a while, Yun Nuashing sat up from the ground and looked around helplessly with a faint sadness in his eyes. He raised his head and looked at the torrent of energy above him that was recklessly passing through the barrier. Perhaps it was because of his mental breakdown. When he looked at the colorful torrent of energy, he felt that it was laughing at him. The inexplicable irritation in his heart rose again. Whoosh! Yun Nuashing angrily threw the Netherruin sword that was tied with a golden chain into the sky. It quickly passed through the torrent of energy and was nailed to the mountain wall. A moment later, Yun Nuashing pulled it back from the sky. The Netherruin sword in his hand was surrounded by a powerful energy. It was a part of the energy that it had stolen when it passed through the torrent of energy. Yun Nuashing's multicolored eyes coldly glanced at the multicolored energy on the Netherruin sword. He let out an impatient snort and waved his hand, causing a vast amount of energy to surge out of his body. The Netherruin sword slashed through the air and shot out a 1,000-meter-long purple-black sword beam. What was different this time was that the tip of the sword beam was wrapped in a layer of multicolored liquid. That was the torrent of energy that he had borrowed. Bang! Just as Yun Nuashing vented the anger in his heart and was about to sit down cross-legged to continue thinking, a violent collision sound suddenly came from in front of him. Accompanying the collision sound was a strange shattering sound that made everyone's heart skip a beat. After the loud shattering sound, Zian and the others in the Ice Palace ruins stopped what they were doing and turned in the direction of the barrier in a daze. Even Yun Nuashing raised his head in shock. He saw that the barrier in front of them, which they had been helpless against, had suddenly shattered into specks of light that filled the sky. It was like a mirror that reflected their stunned faces. Everyone, perhaps because the development of the situation was too inexplicable, Yun Nuashing and Ziyan all maintained their last-second movements and stared blankly for a long time. They didn't dare to believe it, especially Yi Shi. Her wine-red eyes were wide open. This scene was too inconceivable for her. "Idiot! What are you waiting for? Come on in." The first to react was Chu Yingzhan. He rushed into the barrier, turned around, and quickly shouted at Yun Nuashing and the others. The latter shuddered and quickly ran behind the barrier. Fortunately, the barrier did not seem to heal automatically. If Yun Nuashing were to do it again, he might not be able to deal with it. Just like this time, he did not know what happened. He only remembered that he used the energy in the sky, casually swung his sword to vent his anger, and then, "Brother Nua, how did you open it?" Yi she could not help but ask. This barrier must have been left behind by a god-level master, and it involved the unfathomable use of the power of laws. She would not believe that Yun Nuashing broke it randomly, but what made her not know whether to laugh or cry was that Yun Nuashing's answer seemed to be randomly breaking the barrier, making her instantly feel that her future was bleak. However, this might have been a loophole deliberately left behind by the person who set up the barrier so that the gathered energy could pass through the barrier. Moreover, the energy was so huge that it was enough to make all the masters below the god level feel intimidated. No one dared to try to steal the energy there. Those who had the courage would have already been turned to ashes by the energy torrent. This time they accidentally encountered Yun Nuashing's power, which was out of the norm, and accidentally used the energy torrent's power to hit the barrier's weak point, and accidentally shattered this extremely powerful barrier. Not long after they stepped into the barrier, Yun Nuashing and the others did not even have time to size up the entire ice palace. A strange energy fluctuation suddenly came from the huge throne in front of them, making them tremble and their bodies involuntarily float up. Yun Nuashing was shocked. Demonic aura burst out of his body, and the Nethervoid sword and Ling Hong sword quickly fused together. He wanted to borrow the power of the divine weapon to break through this strange power. However, the ice palace in front of him only released an even stronger power, which immediately froze his hand that was holding the divine sword. Yi Shi and the others could not break free from the shackles, and could only watch as they were sucked into the ice palace. Seeing that they were about to collide head-on, Yun Nuashing was so scared that he closed his eyes. However, the collision that he expected did not happen. He only felt a slight chill on his body, and after a few seconds, his body fell heavily to the ground. Only then did he open his eyes. What appeared in front of him was a frozen palace. The palace was at least 10,000 feet tall, and they did not know where it extended to. It looked boundless. The frozen ground and the frozen pillars were somewhat similar to the ice palace ruins outside, and there was no sign of life at all. If it were not for the cold air floating down from the pillars, Yun Nuashing would even think that even time was wrapped in ice. He looked around and saw that Zian and the others were thrown to the ground. Other than the pain from the fall, there was nothing wrong with them. Yun Nuashing quickly helped them up, and then looked around the empty ice palace. A faint cold air lingered around, and it felt a little misty. Other than the front and back paths, there were no other paths on the sides of the palace. Using his eyesight, the scene in the distance only became more and more blurry until he could not see anything at all. However, if he took a few steps forward, the scene would become clearer. "Kacha!" A cracking sound was heard, and Yun Nuashing and the others, who were walking forward nervously, trembled. They looked around like birds startled by the twang of a bow. Yun Nuashing even took out his heaven-grade weapon with a clang. Chu Yingzhan had goosebumps all over her body because she heard this strange sound as soon as she landed. She immediately exclaimed and jumped behind Yin Nuashing, her jade-like hands nervously tugging at his sleeves. He lowered his head slightly. It was a golden skeleton, covered in cracks, lying quietly on the ground. One of the arm bones had been shattered, and it was obvious that Chu Yingzhan had just stepped on it. Another deity of a generation has fallen here. Yun Nuashing slowly squatted down, took a look and let out a sigh. He had already seen a golden skeleton once. The last time he saw it, it was the weight of a hall. He didn't expect to see another one here. She squatted down, took a look and said, "There's not a trace of energy left. It seems that countless years have passed, but it's not as serious as the last time we saw it. The bones there turned into powder with a touch, but this one can still be preserved." Seeing that the others were still looking at the golden skeleton with interest, Chu Yingzhan felt a chill in her heart. She pulled Yun Nuashing's arm and said with some worry, "Idiot, let's go back. This place looks so scary. If you said you were scared earlier, I would have thrown you back just now. Now that we're here, there's no way out, little girl." Yun Nuashing sighed and looked at her with a strange expression. His expression made Chu Yingzhan's little face turn slightly pale. Chu Yingzhan fiercely ground her silver teeth. Taking advantage of Yun Nuashing's inattention, she bit his shoulder. Then she angrily flung his arm away and walked forward with large strides. Yun Nuashing grimaced and sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at that angry figure, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry and muttered to Ziyin, "How did I provoke her?" Ziyin cutely shrugged and said, "Little Star and Sister Yingzhan probably don't get along well. Every time they quarrel, Sister Yingzhan will bite you." Yun Nuashing angrily slapped his forehead. Then he hurriedly chased after that beautiful figure who was walking further and further away. Ziyin and the other girls behind him looked at each other, shrugged, and hurriedly followed him. Along the way, they saw many golden skeletons. The newest one even retained that godlike pressure. Everyone could only carefully squeeze past it, afraid that they would meet an unlucky end if they bumped into it. Seeing so many godlike skeletons, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but frown. If they saw so many peak, godlike powerhouses outside the Ice Palace, they could still think that they came here to find a way to break through to the godlike level. But why did godlike powerhouses come here to join in the fun? Could it be that the things inside are coveted by even the godlike powerhouses? Yun Nuashing said something that he thought didn't make sense. Unexpectedly, Ziyin and the others all nodded. It seemed that they also thought of this problem. She also sighed. If that's the case, then things will become incomparably troublesome. There's clearly something valuable here that even the godlike powerhouses want to personally explore, although we don't know what they're looking for. Yun Nuashing raised his head. In the spacious ice palace, there was an endless void in the distance. The dense fog was constantly retreating, and it was also constantly filling up the path behind. This path seemed endless. How did these people die here? Chu Yingzhan faintly sighed and said unhappily, "If we die here, we probably won't even have ashes left. Even if there's ashes left, they'll be stepped on countless times by those who come after us." Seeing that her thoughts were getting further and further away, Yun Nuashing had no choice but to reach out and give her a knock on the head. He rolled his eyes and said, "What nonsense are you thinking about?" Chu Yingzhan rubbed her head and muttered. She looked at Yun Nuashing with hidden bitterness and said, "But that's a godlike powerhouse standing at the top of the entire world. Even my stupid father didn't become a godlike powerhouse. Even such a person died here. What's wrong with me thinking about something bad?" Yun Nuashing was speechless. This was also the truth. At this time, he didn't have any solution because he hadn't encountered anything at all, so there was no way to solve this problem. At this time, he could only pray that the so-called 1/10 of heaven and earth's fate would bestow him some luck. When Chu Yingzhan muttered the names of some ancient gods and Yun Nuashing silently prayed in his heart, it seemed that he had inadvertently touched a non-existent god. The cold fog in front of them and the dense fog in the distance suddenly dissipated. What appeared in front of them was a giant door that stood between heaven and earth, blocking the entire passage. The prayer was successful. Yun Nuoxing and Chu Yingzhan said in surprise at the same time. Then, the two of them looked at each other, snorted softly, and turned their heads away. Their awkward appearance made Ziyin and the others sigh speechlessly. Chapter 805. Ancient patterns were engraved on the huge ice stone door. In the center of the door was a huge, tightly shut eye that was 100 feet wide. It was surrounded by a circle of iron ring-shaped patterns that locked it in the center. Beyond that, there was another circle of strange patterns. One ring after another, it was as if the eye was being sealed. In the center of the eye was a tiny crack, as if it would open at any moment. Yun Nuoxing walked up to the huge ice stone door and reached out to touch it. It was cold to the touch and was a little sticky, as if it wanted to stick his flesh to the ice. This made him a little surprised. The ice in the ice palace ruins outside was not as cold as this, but the ice here actually wanted to freeze his hand. He gently withdrew his hand, and demonic aura surged into his palm. He exchanged glances with Chu Yingzhan, who snorted softly. However, she had already placed her hand on the door and was ready. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and ignored her inexplicable anger. The two of them let out a low shout and pushed the huge door open with both hands. Clang! As if the door had suddenly collapsed, a loud rumbling sound came from the two ice stone doors. A cold aura squeezed out from the crack in the door, accompanied by a series of heavy sounds. The two ice stone doors were also pushed open under everyone's attention. She flashed forward. An energy in her body surged wildly. She was vigilant of the situation around her and was ready to launch a thunderous attack at any time. She's vigilance did not usher in her opponent's scene. The ice door was completely pushed open with a few muffled clangs. Ignoring the suffocating cold air blowing in their faces, Yun Nuoxing and the others all stuck their heads out to look inside the door, and then they all stopped breathing. Ziyin was so shocked that her beautiful eyes widened, and her jade-like hands covered her small mouth in disbelief. What appeared behind the door was a dark hall. There was no light, and the hall was no longer frozen. Other than the temperature being below freezing point, the cold air gathered heavily on the ground, making the hall look like a fairyland. Above the hall, the energy torrent that had disappeared appeared once again in front of them, and slowly swept straight into the depths of the hall. At this time, the energy torrent had already restrained its pressure, and the rainbow-colored energy was continuously being transported into the depths of the hall. Amidst the enormous energy torrent, there was a transparent energy that slowly separated from its body and fell to the ground around it. Yun Nuoxing and the others were not unfamiliar with this energy. It was the power of the soul. What shocked them was not that they saw the power of the soul fall, but that the power of the soul that had separated from the energy torrent and fallen to the ground had all condensed into a blurry human figure. After these soul figures came out, they slowly swayed to the huge platform in the center of the hall. The platform stairs descended in circles, and it only reached the bottom after descending for 10 feet. At the center of the platform at the bottom, there was a hole that was encircled by golden ice. Above the hole, there was an icy blue ball of energy floating. Biting cold air drifted down from the ball of energy that was constantly contracting and expanding, turning into the fairyland that covered the entire hall. A lot of transparent light, rain, separated from the energy torrent and slowly fell to the ground, forming soul figures. They walked woodenly to the platform, sat down on the stairs, and formed hand seals as if they were cultivating. When Yun Nuoxing and the others saw these souls, they could only see the dullness and confusion in their eyes. It seemed that they didn't understand why they were in this place and what they were doing here. Moreover, these souls were all children. The oldest was estimated to be no more than 12 years old, and the youngest was estimated to be no more than 4 or 5 years old. They sat in circles on the stairs and there was more than one similar circular staircase. When they turned their heads, they could see that there was a row from the center of the hall. Countless souls were all sitting on the stairs, not only the souls of human children, but also the souls of magical beasts, demon beasts, and people of the demon clan were all sitting here. They were all young guys. These are all soul bodies. Zian exclaimed. They had never seen such a large number of souls gathered together. Anyone could see that this place was unusual. Moreover, these were all children. If the souls of ordinary cultivators wanted to leave their bodies, they would have to reach the demon realm first. These children obviously didn't have such strength. Yun Nuashing frowned and walked forward, stopping a soul body. The soul of the little boy raised his head and glanced at him. His empty eyes were dull and deep. Then he walked around him, walked to the stairs, and gently sat down. "Hey, who are you?" Chu Yingzhan also stopped a little girl and couldn't help but ask, "Who?" The little girl shockingly replied. However, she also seemed to be at a loss. Her eyes were lifeless and empty. She only glanced at Chu Yingzhan before lowering her head, minding her own business as she walked towards the stairs. Other than that one word, she did not say anything else. These souls don't have much spirituality, and they are all young souls. It seems that they were forcibly drawn here by something. "Yi," she said with a strange expression. She wasn't a little girl. She had even forgotten that she was hundreds of thousands of years old. Although Feng, and Little Bing Air's souls weren't big, they had a soul connection with Yun Nuashing. Perhaps this was the reason why they weren't affected. She also tried to stop a few souls and tried to talk to them. Those souls were obviously very confused. Their memories were in a mess, and they couldn't even answer who they were. They also forgot how they appeared here and even where they were. Something is commanding them. Otherwise, how can these little souls act in such a unified manner? After trying for a long time, Yishi also gave up on this meaningless action. She raised her head and looked at the platform with her wine-red eyes in confusion. Her gaze lingered on the icy blue energy ball for a long time. Yun Nuashing stood beside her and stared at it without blinking. After a long time, when she saw the third last row of souls, they suddenly trembled and their bodies dissipated, turning into a soul power that surged into the ball of light. The two of them looked at each other in shock. She appeared in front of the ball of light as if she had teleported. She crossed her arms and stared at the ball of light with a solemn expression. She didn't speak for a long time. Yun Nuashing and the others waited for about 10 minutes before they saw her land with a solemn expression. Before they could ask, she sighed heavily. "This is the soul furnace." "Yi," she said in a deep voice. After waiting for Yun Nuashing and the others' expressions to change, she continued to explain. "It's an exquisite and expensive array artifact. It can be used to smelt souls, and it can also be used to accelerate the cultivation of souls." After she finished speaking, Yishi paused and looked at the stairs and the ball of energy again. After confirming something, she said, "These souls were drawn here by some kind of guidance. Then, under that guidance, they were catalyzed by the soul furnace to cultivate their souls. Once they reached a certain level, these souls were absorbed into the soul furnace and then refined." Yun Nuashing's expression trembled slightly. He immediately thought of the worst possible outcome. But contrary to what he thought, Yishi shook her head and said, "These souls should have been refined by the soul furnace into a stronger and purer soul force without an owner. That's soul force that can be absorbed directly. However, the refining process of the furnace wasn't started. The soul force of the souls gathered in the furnace was all extracted, but the souls are still stored there. Moreover, the recovery speed of those souls isn't slow. The wool comes from the sheep's back." Yun Nuashing swallowed his saliva and his face turned pale. This meant that a group of souls were being raised to provide soul force. Hearing this, she clenched her teeth and shook her head, causing Yun Nuashing to be at a loss for a moment. She sighed and continued to explain. "It doesn't seem like it, because the soul force of an individual soul is very little. If it really is being raised, then with the recovery speed of the soul furnace, it would definitely be able to extract all the soul force. However, this will harm the souls. I don't think that the person who did this would care about what happens to the souls of these children. Scratching her wine-red hair, she was distressed for a moment. She then looked at the soul furnace and said with uncertainty, "It's more like someone is using these souls for something. What's important is the number of souls, not the amount of soul force." Although Yun Nuashing didn't understand as well as Yishi, he still understood. However, he was also very confused. Who was controlling these souls? What was he doing? Why did he need so many souls? Moreover, they were all children's souls. Just as Yishi said, if he needed powerful soul force, then he could just raise them. Why would he need to spend so much effort to find the souls of children? The latter was so large in number that it was much more difficult to deal with than the former. Just from a rough count at the entrance, there were at least tens of millions of souls piled up in the 6 soul furnaces in this hall. It was unknown if there were similar soul halls in other places. Tens of millions of souls came here, which meant that tens of millions of souls of humans, monsters, and beasts had left their bodies. Moreover, all of their souls had left their bodies. Their physical bodies should have fallen into a deep sleep. However, Yun Nuashing had never heard of a group of people suddenly falling asleep in the East Sea. Perhaps there were too many lives in the East Sea. The number of humans in the sea god's domain alone was about 1 trillion, let alone the vast East Sea. Yun Nuashing wouldn't be surprised if there were trillions of lives in the East Sea. In comparison, the millions and tens of millions of souls here were quite small. Now I'm 80% sure that Little Ming and Little Purple Soul should have come here as well. Yun Nuashing frowned with unconcealable worry. The 2 girls had gotten into trouble in the East Sea. It was said that their souls had drifted to other places. Now, nearly 9 years had passed, and they still hadn't woken up. However, their bodies hadn't deteriorated at all. Looking at the situation, their souls should be in good condition. Which bastard made this? When he thought about how the souls of the 2 little girls had left their bodies and stayed in this dark place for 9 years, and how their souls were still occupied by that unknown person, Yun Nuashing was filled with anger. He wished that he could split this place apart with his sword. She shook her head. There were no ancient books that recorded the situation in the eye of the storm sea. No one knew what had happened because the people who came here, including the gods, were all lying outside, frozen into ice sculptures. Leading the girls, Yun Nuashing carefully walked past the many small souls that had fallen down. Every time they passed by a soul furnace, Yun Nuashing would go down to take a look, trying to find the soul aura he was familiar with in that furnace that was filled with millions of souls. However, he returned disappointed every time. It seemed that the souls of the 2 girls were not here. After checking 6 soul furnaces along the way and finding nothing, Yun Nuashing and the others came to the end of the hall. It was a circular platform. There were 3 circular steps that made the platform descend 100 feet. They had to carefully walk down a narrow staircase in the center. In the center of the platform, there wasn't a furnace bigger than the 6 furnaces. Instead, there was a small golden circular platform. It was less than 3 feet in diameter. Ice blue patterns kept flashing on the circular platform. This is an ancient teleportation device. It's powered by the power of the soul. She squatted down and looked at the golden circular platform. After a while, she said in surprise, "This thing is still running. As for where it's going, it shouldn't be teleporting outside." Yun Nuashing nodded. He held the Netherworld Ruins sword and stepped onto the circular platform. Then, a transparent light rose around him. In less than half a second, his body disappeared from the sight of Xian and the others. Xian and the others saw this and quickly stepped into the teleportation device. After a few seconds, Yun Nuashing's eyes focused again. He shook his head and looked at the scene in front of him with shock. What appeared in front of him was another dark hall. A row of ice-blue balls of light floated a few meters above the ground. Countless souls sat on the stairs in an orderly manner. This was another soul hall, and there were 8 huge soul furnaces. The furnaces were several times larger than the ones in the hall. They were like ice blue balls of light that were 100 feet in size. Wow! There are at least 10 million souls in each of these soul furnaces. When Yi Shi and the others saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Yi Shi's words made the cold air become several times colder. Yun Nuoxing's face was gloomy. Did they steal all the souls in the East Sea? This hall was filled with 80 million, or even close to 100 million souls. Although 80% of the souls here belonged to magical beasts and Yao, Yun Nuoxing's heart was still very heavy. In an instant, he thought of many strange things. However, he didn't have any evidence to support his thoughts. He could only suppress his unease. When he suddenly raised his head, Yun Nuoxing discovered that the inexplicable restlessness in his heart had disappeared. The energy that disturbed his state of mind had mysteriously disappeared. Now that he thought about it, it should have disappeared after he arrived at the Ice Palace ruins. After hurriedly passing through the Spirit Hall and checking the 8 furnaces, Yun Nuoxing once again received a disappointing result. Yun Nuoxing's heart was also uneasy. At the end of the hall, there was another hall with the same teleportation device. Walking to the entrance of the hall, Yi Shi turned her head strangely, as if she had noticed something. However, at this time, Yun Nuoxing had rushed into the teleportation device in a hurry. She could only suppress that thought and chase after the former. Chapter 806. Every time they passed through a teleportation device, they would see a soul furnace that was even bigger and more terrifying. The soul light that was thousands of feet tall was strangely quiet. Inside it, there were billions of souls that quietly intertwined with each other. The soul energy that was accumulated by the accumulation of countless souls had been transmitted from the first soul hall. At this moment, it had reached an astronomical number. That boundless soul energy, with a casual tremble, casually poured out. It was enough to scatter the souls of the people from the Yun Nuo star. Even if he carried the divine weapon with all his strength, there was no way he could survive. 3 soul furnaces, 300 billion souls. What a madman! At this time, even Yi Shi's little face was pale. The word madman was naturally meant for the person behind all of this. Even the gods would tremble in fear if they saw this. Along the way, they had seen all of the soul halls. At a rough estimate, there were at least 1 trillion souls imprisoned here. Walking to a huge circular platform in front of them, Yun Nuoxing had a complicated look in his eyes. The stairs of this huge circular platform were not densely packed with souls. Compared to the first and second soul halls, the density of souls here was lower. To be precise, the number of souls here was not very high. The number of souls here was estimated to be less than 100,000. Most of them had already fused with the soul furnaces. Brother Nuo, have you noticed that the deeper we go, the more mature these souls look? Yi Shi whispered as she pulled Yun Nuoxing's sleeve. Yun Nuoxing nodded. He had also noticed this, but these souls did not fall from the soul river in the sky. The soul river was formed by the soul power of all the souls in the soul halls in front of them, and the souls in the soul halls they were in were directly transmitted here from the soul halls in front of them. This phenomenon made Yun Nuoxing have many guesses, but it should be the most appropriate and true answer. Young souls were forcibly drawn here and trained in the first hall of souls. When their souls grew older, they would enter the next hall, and so on. In the hall we are in right now, the average age of the souls should be between 25 and 50. In other words, they have been imprisoned here for decades. Their bodies have been in slumber all this time, and their souls have been imprisoned in this dark place without any sense of self. Yun Nuoxing's heavy sigh made Zian and the other girls' expressions unnatural. Chu Yingzhan, that mischievous girl, could only stick out her little tongue and remain silent. Then, what about Ming and little purple soul? Yun Nuoxing turned his head, his eyes full of worry and confusion. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Yes, what about the two little girls? Along the way, they had checked every soul furnace, but they did not find the soul aura of the two little girls. These soul furnaces did not have the ability to change the soul power of every soul. They could only be used to store, accelerate, and strengthen the soul power. According to their age, they should be in the soul hall ahead, but they were not there, and they were not in the soul hall either. This made Yun Nuashing and the others wonder if they had come to the wrong place, but with so many souls around, they firmly believed that this was the right place. Yi, she looked up at the river of souls. It flowed across the top of the soul hall, and when it passed by 3 huge soul furnaces, it even extracted a large portion of the soul power from them and brought it deeper into the soul hall. Be careful! Don't trigger the river of souls in the sky. There might be another soul hall or several soul halls. Yi, she pointed at the viscous and transparent river of souls in the sky and frowned. They haven't stopped yet, so this shouldn't be the end. Yun Nuashing thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. She waved her hand and led everyone to carefully run towards the other side of the soul hall. This soul hall should be the most magnificent soul hall that Yun Nuashing and the others had ever seen. It was 1,000,000 feet long, the length of a small town. It was just right to place 3 such huge soul furnaces. After passing through the soul hall's transmission device, they saw the familiar scene in front of them. Dim, icy blue balls of light, as well as the sunken ground in the distance. This was still a soul hall. Yun Nuashing looked up in surprise. There were over a dozen soul furnaces in the soul hall, and they were all very small, only around 10 feet in size. Moreover, the colors of the balls of light were not just icy blue, but the colors they revealed illuminated the dark soul hall, making it seem like a rainbow was hanging in the sky within these different colored balls of energy. There wasn't a large amount of soul strength. Each soul furnace was filled with only 1 soul strength, and this enormous soul strength was several times more powerful than any soul strength they had seen in the soul hall before. That majestic spiritual long river scattered after flowing into this large hall. It turned into the purest spiritual strength that scattered over every inch of space, causing the spiritual strength in this place to become so dense that it could almost turn into paste. These soul furnaces are specially made to be used by only 1 soul, and they're nurturing those souls. Yi, she was a little shocked. There were trillions of souls, and all of their soul strength had been gathered here just to nurture these dozen souls. Yun Nuashing also had a strange expression. This didn't make sense. Xian and the others also looked at this space strangely. From the moment they entered until now, besides the soul furnaces, they hadn't seen anything else. They hadn't seen any soul bodies. More newcomers have come? This time they're here a lot earlier. In the spacious hall, a chatty chuckle suddenly sounded. There seemed to be some joy in the voice as it approached Yun Nuashing and the others. In front of them, the fog formed by spiritual strength slowly dissipated and a few blurry figures gradually appeared from within. More newcomers. It's good. It's more lively now. Okay, welcome. This time, there are so many people. They're all girls. It's good to balance things out. From the soul fog came a joking and relaxed voice. Those figures also slowly appeared in their line of sight. They were 8 young figures, 5 men and 3 women. Their divine bodies were translucent. They were obviously the soul bodies of the soul hall. This surprised Yun Nuashing's team. Although they knew that the deeper they went, the more mature the souls would be, those souls were still dull and lifeless. But now, several souls with their own consciousness had suddenly appeared in front of them. The first to speak was the boy with a crew cut, a tall figure, and a thin face. There was an impatient look on his face, but the words he spoke were very gentle. There was also the baby-faced girl in green cool clothes. When the girl saw Yun Nuashing and the others, she suddenly exclaimed. It was unknown whether it was because she saw that they were all girls or because she had discovered something. After this group of people came out, they looked at Yun Nuashing's team in astonishment for a long time. They were a little dazed. In the past, newcomers would come one by one. This time, a group of newcomers had suddenly appeared. It made them excited, but they were also a little overwhelmed. Yun Nuashing was also a little surprised when he saw these awakened souls. However, he wasn't surprised for long. Or it could be said that there was something else that caught his attention. His eyes were fixed on the girl in white clothes in the middle of the 8 people. The girl had an astonishing and peerless appearance. Her silver-white hair was like the Milky Way draped over her slender waist and fell to her ankles. She was wearing a long white dress with luxurious golden edges. The transparent sleeves revealed her crystal-like skin. Under the long dress, a pair of sparkling and translucent jade-like feet could be seen. If one looked carefully, one could see that her jade-like feet were an inch above the ground. They were floating in the air, untainted by dust. A special halo was emitted from the girl's body. Her astonishing appearance was a little misty, but Yun Nuashing could easily see her beautiful face. On her pure and holy face, a pair of golden eyes were staring at him, and the rims of her eyes were slightly red. Behind the girl, a pair of huge snow-white wings slowly stretched out. The feathers at the edge of the wings were a brilliant gold. She was like an angel that had fallen to earth. That holy aura made it impossible for anyone to look at her for long. Xian and the other girls looked at each other, then smiled sweetly. However, they didn't say anything. They just looked at Yun Nuashing, who was walking out slowly with Mei Mao. When Chu Yingzhan saw them like this and looked at the angel-like girl, she finally understood something and softly said, "Oh!" The few people who walked out of the fog were stunned when they saw the strange reaction of Yun Nuashing and the others. The baby-faced girl beside the angelic girl followed the former's gaze and looked at the girl beside her. She was stunned and asked in confusion, "Ming, what's wrong?" The angelic girl didn't have the time to pay attention to her. Mei Mao didn't even blink as she stared fixedly at the colorful girl who was walking over. Her usual indifferent state of mind shattered at this moment. The few people beside her also saw that something was wrong with the girl and frowned. They didn't know why this girl, who always looked at the sky in a daze, would have such a turbulent state of mind at this moment. And the source seemed to be the girl, who was less than 5 meters in front of them. For a moment, they didn't know if they should stop her. It was also during this time of hesitation that Yun Nuashing walked in front of the girl. The two of them were less than 2 feet apart. Looking at the blushing, angelic girl, Mei Mao, in front of him, Yun Nuashing thought about how she liked to curl up in his arms in the past. Now, she was almost at his nose. Although her feet were slightly off the ground, it didn't change the fact that she had grown up. Perhaps it was because a girl changed 18 times between childhood and womanhood. She had turned into such a holy and pure appearance. Yun Nuashing didn't recognize her at first, but he definitely wouldn't mistake the familiar feeling that came from her soul. With a faint smile, Yun Nuashing reached out his hand and gently pressed on her head. He rubbed it and said in a gentle voice, "Girl, you've grown up. I'm here to take you home." These 2 simple sentences were like sharp arrows that struck the last line of defense in the girl's heart. Her bright golden eyes finally couldn't hold back the tears that were about to burst out of the dam and pour down wantonly. Suddenly, a soft body crashed into his arms. A pair of pure white and huge wings wrapped around the 2 of them. Their clothes were slightly wet. There was no sound of pain, no choking. There was only the overflowing river that was venting out the countless accumulated emotions. Yun Nuashing could feel the feeling of being pulled back from the edge of a cliff when one step was about to fall. On the verge of collapse, there was hope that was equal to the last step of despair. In an instant, the iron wall that the girl had built for her heart was destroyed. He didn't say anything. He only reached out his hand and tightly held the warm and fragrant jade in his arms. Gratification filled his heart. At this moment, he also heaved a huge sigh of relief. He could finally put down the stone that had been hanging in his heart for 9 years. Tisk, tsk, tsk. This scene is so touching. It's so sad. This fairy's tears are about to fall. before the reminiscing of the past had even begun. Just as the warmth was brewing to its peak, an untimely and even somewhat dampening sentence suddenly came from the scene. Yun Nuashing speechlessly raised his head, his eyes filled with hidden bitterness as he looked at Chu Yingzhan, who had moved closer, and said, "Will you die if you don't speak?" "Yes, of course I will. Didn't you see that you've carved 7 statues here?" Chu Yingzhan pointed to the side in annoyance and interrupted the reunion of the siblings after so many years. "If you have anything to say, if you have anything to talk about, let's talk about it after this matter has come to an end." Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment and nodded. He was too relaxed. This place was not suitable for reminiscing. Just as he was about to push Ming away slightly, the person in his arms hugged him even tighter. The girl buried her head in his chest. At this moment, the tips of her ears were completely red. She seemed to be a little shy and didn't dare to raise her head. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the 7 people, Ming seemed to have recovered and gently struggled out of Yun Nuashing's arms. His face was as red as the setting sun at a certain time of the year. It was so tight that it could bleed. After calming down for a while, Ming also greeted Zian and the other girls who came up from behind. He looked at Yun Nuashing with a strange expression and then stared at Zian with an even stranger expression. Mei Mao's eyes were a little sad, a little happy, and 80% stubborn. She kept grinding her 2 shiny canine teeth. Her gaze made Zian feel uneasy. He smiled bitterly and quickly shrank behind Feng was also helpless. It was impossible for her not to recognize this gaze. Chu Yingzhan couldn't help but mutter, "Why is there a sour smell in the air?" Then little Ming lowered her head even more. Her face was so red that it reached her neck. "Brother, how did you get here?" Maybe it was because she hadn't spoken for a long time and her personality had become unsociable. But Ming spoke slowly and softly. Her voice also became very pleasant. That ethereal voice made Yun Nuashing feel comfortable all over. It had a healing effect. Before Yun Nuashing could answer, Chu Yingzhan whispered in Ming's ear, "Let me tell you, this 10,000-year-old Lulakan harem demon beast returned to the 9 deities' temple and saw that you had been sleeping for 9 years. He didn't sleep at all. He didn't care about his serious injuries and hurriedly investigated the matter of the East Sea. Even several peak emperor gods couldn't stop him when they threatened him with death. He risked his life to come here and broke through so many obstacles. It wasn't easy for him to finally meet you. Tell me what you think as soon as possible." Seeing her whispering in little Ming's ear, Yun Nuashing felt terrible. This crazy person couldn't keep her mouth shut. She said a few shocking descriptions in a row. Furthermore, her voice was so loud that he heard it all. He didn't even have time to stop her. As expected, little Ming's face, which had just calmed down, instantly turned as red as the sun again. Steam was coming out of her head. Looking at her beautiful eyes, it was also filled with indescribable happiness and happiness. Yun Nuashing slapped himself on the head. Seeing this girl like this, even he wanted to fight Chu Yingzhan to the death. Chapter 807. The few young people who had been standing like stone statues for a long time finally regained their senses when Ming and Yun Nuashing walked over. Ming, do you know who are they?" The tall young man blinked hard and stared at Yun Nuashing and the others. The bespectacled young man had a calm expression on his face. Even when he was shocked just now, he still had a poker face. His eyes flashed with a mysterious color, and his short black hair pointed to the sky like a hedgehog. At this time he pushed up his glasses and said to Yun Nuashing and the others with a smile, "Let me see. You're not souls. You came here personally from the outside world." These words made the few young people tremble, and their gazes suddenly became even more strange. The people beside them were a group of souls who had been imprisoned in this broken place since they were young. They had no consciousness and spent many years in a daze before they regained their consciousness. At that time, the first thing they discovered was that after a long time, they had grown up and were no longer children. The power of their souls had also become so strong that they themselves could not believe it. When they arrived in this place, they entered the hall. As their consciousnesses awakened, they appeared in this hall. Each of them had a soul furnace to themselves. Apart from that, their lives were no different from that of ordinary people. Occasionally, they would try to escape, but there was no such thing as going against the flow of time in the Hall of Souls. It was simply impossible for them to leave in their soul form. Moreover, they also knew that it wouldn't be easy for outsiders to enter this place. When they found out about this, despair was born in their hearts. As time passed, they gradually forgot about this matter and continued to live in this place, as if they would live forever. Today was the first time they saw people coming here from the outside world. In addition to their strange feelings, they also had some hope that Yun Nuashing could take them out. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces change rapidly, Ming shook his head and reached out to hold Yun Nuashing's arm, while his other hand gestured to them one by one. "This is my brother Yun Nuashing, sister Xianishi, Xiaofeng. As for these two, I don't know." After Ming finished speaking, he threw Mei Mao to Yun Nuashing. The latter was still in a daze and only reacted at this time. "Oh, this is Bing Air. This is passerby. Passerby my ass." Chu Yingzhan was instantly enraged. She roared like a madman and pounced on Yun Nuashing. Taking advantage of the fact that Yun Nuashing was unable to move, she bit his arm through his windbreaker. Hiss! How could this girl's teeth be so sharp? Looking at Yun Nuashing and Chu Yingzhan's lively expressions, Ming covered his mouth and chuckled. He looked at the latter thoughtfully, then shook his head and introduced his companions. "Blockhead, Yuanlan idiot, Hanqing, don't know, and don't know." His jade-like fingers swept across the tall young man, the baby-faced girl in green, the bespectacled man, the little girl who hadn't said a word and was probably only 12 years old, and the remaining 3 young men. However, the words that came out of her mouth made everyone speechless. Yun Nuashing opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Ming had already closed his mouth and didn't say anything. It seemed like he didn't want to say anything. The 7 people on the other side also curled their lips and looked helpless. They seemed to be used to Ming's indifferent way of thinking. The 4 young men with the crew cut were glad that Ming knew who they were. The remaining 3 young men could only cover their faces. They had known each other for so long, but Ming simply treated them like air. However, the 7 of them were rather familiar with this situation, so they weren't angered by it. Originally, they had sensed that there were newcomers, so Ming wanted to come out and meet them out of boredom. That indifferent expression of hers had caused many of their companions to keep a respectful distance from her. Although she was an extremely beautiful scenery, after a few years, no one had been able to withstand the gaze of those empty and indifferent golden eyes for more than 5 seconds. Therefore, today, when they saw this young girl who was so indifferent that she wanted to dilute her existence, suddenly throw herself into someone's embrace, and even reveal such a vivid and astonishing expression, their jaws dropped in shock. They instantly felt their worldview shattering into pieces. "What's up with this place?" After a while, Yun Nuashing finally asked. As he spoke, he glanced at the angelic girl curled up beside him and frowned. Little Ming was very lively back then, together with little Purple Soul. The 2 of them flipped around his body like monkeys. Over the past few years, the girl's expression had frozen. Her golden eyes were empty and lifeless. Only when she looked into his eyes would she barely regain her color. Her expression would also come alive. Other than that, she was like a puppet that had lost its consciousness. Although a lot could change in 9 years, Yun Nuashing never thought his cute little sister would become like this. She had also become a little withdrawn. Although she looked even cuter and prettier now, Yun Nuashing felt a little unnatural about the latter condition. This place actually, I don't know what's going on either. It's a strange place, a strange building. We've been living here for a long time. Come with us. You'll know once you take a look. The baby-faced girl stuttered for a while. In the end, she could only sigh and wave at the others. She then turned around and walked toward the mist in front of the hall with her companions. Yun Nuashing hesitated for a moment and lowered his head. Ming happened to raise her head at the same time. She looked at him seriously with her golden eyes and nodded. She clasped his hand and pulled him along. The others followed behind them unhurriedly. As everyone slowly drifted into the dense fog, they felt a slight chill all over their bodies. They could feel the boundless soul energy dissipating, and the whistling of the wind entered their ears. Inside the fog, if they were close enough, they could see each other's figures. However, if they were 3 meters away, they could not see anything. They could only see a ball of white fog. When they touched it, they felt a cold sensation on their bodies. After walking for a while, the thick fog around him gradually dissipated. What appeared in front of him was an empty sky. White clouds rolled lazily in the sky, and the occasional gap revealed a pure blue sky. That was a distant view. Pulling his line of sight closer, he could see a row of neat golden stone pillars erected in front of him. The ground under his feet was also paved with large golden bricks. This place seemed to be in a building. Each of the stone pillars was 30 feet wide and 100 feet tall, standing at the edge of the building. Behind the huge pillars was a pure sky. Moreover, this place should be quite high up. In the horizontal line of sight, apart from the blue sky and white clouds, there were no other buildings in sight. Yun Nuashing was stunned and turned around. At this moment, they were standing in front of a giant golden door that was 1,000 feet tall. There was a huge door frame, but there was no door panel. Behind the door, there was a large cloud of mist that they had just passed through. They couldn't see anything inside. Under the giant golden pillar, Yuan Lan was waving at Yun Nuashing and the others. Unknowingly, they had walked so far away. Yun Nuashing looked around curiously. When he didn't find any useful clues, he led the others to the edge of the mysterious building. When he saw Yuan Lan pointing downwards, he looked over. Just as he expected, they were indeed in a very high position. This golden building was on top of a mountain that was more than 1,000 feet tall. It was surrounded by a circle of white jade platforms. There weren't many mountain ranges around the mountain peak. There was only a small winding path that led along the mountain ridge to the foot of the mountain. When Yun Nuashing and the others looked into the distance, they were stunned. It was a cluster of buildings that looked like a city. The square buildings stretched from near to the end of the city like squares. They were of different heights and sizes. In the center of this strange city, there were some huge buildings that were more than 100 feet tall. The largest building was 1,000 feet tall and was built with layers of large glass. From the top to the bottom, it was divided into 3 distinct levels. The slightly slanted glass reflected the sunlight that shone down from above. One could vaguely see figures busily walking around inside. This city that suddenly appeared in front of them made Yun Nuashing's jaw drop. He even rubbed his eyes to make sure that he wasn't seeing things. After that, he took a deep breath to calm himself down. He had never seen such a strange architectural style before. The huge buildings were like boxes that trapped people inside. It was different from the buildings he had seen before. They had elegant lines and layouts, and there were many types of buildings. He knew of thousands of different buildings in different places in the realm of the gods. However, he had never seen rows and rows of boxes like this before. Even the clothes of the people inside the boxes were very strange. There were no loose robes. They were dressed in simple white clothes. It looked like a few pieces of cloth were glued together. As for the pants, why would someone wear them when there was such a big hole in the knee? Where is this place? In this strange situation, Yun Nuashing could only spit out these strange words. Then he looked at the person in his arms with a puzzled expression. His mind worked very quickly. When no one was controlling him, he could think of even stranger things. Now, the only thing he could think of was that they were in a small world or some other world. To his surprise, Ming, Yuan Lan, and the others shook their heads. They also looked very confused. It was the young man with the crew cut who tried to explain, At first, we were sent to the hall that we just came from. The fog was the only passage that connected this place. When we came to this strange world, we had physical bodies. We were no longer souls. When Yun Nuashing heard this, he was stunned. Only then did he realize that their bodies were no longer translucent. They felt as if they were made of flesh and blood. Moreover, they were wearing strange clothes. They were the same strange clothes as the people inside the boxes he had just seen. We don't know where we are either. The soul furnace contained a lot of knowledge about the realm of the gods. However, we couldn't find any information about this strange world. The people in this world are all ordinary people. They don't have any energy reaction. Even us, after entering this world, our soul energy was suppressed. At most, we're slightly stronger than those ordinary people. The young man with the crew-cut sighed. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing was shocked. He hurriedly checked himself. A second later, he got the result. He couldn't feel any energy in his body. It didn't seem like he was suppressed or sealed. It was as if he never existed. As for how much stronger he was than ordinary people, he didn't know. He didn't know how ordinary people lived in the realm of the gods, so there was no way to compare. Yun Nuashing's mind was filled with things that he cared about. At the same time, he didn't want to admit defeat. He searched his mind for information about these strange things. Zai and the others who could still communicate with the people in the soul world were also searching. For the time being, they didn't find anything. They probably wouldn't be able to think of anything after a while. Seeing Yun Nuashing's expression become more and more strange, Yuanlan hurriedly said, "The disappearance of energy is only temporary. Everything will be fine once we return to the other space." Yun Nuashing didn't care about this. When he turned his head and saw Zian and the others, he only panicked for a moment before returning to normal. He knew that they quickly understood the current situation. The only thing he didn't understand was this strange world that he had never seen before. Speaking of which, the streets below, they should be the streets, right? What are those things flying around? Yun Nuashing looked a little awkward as he looked at this unfamiliar city. He didn't know what to do. They are the streets. They are much bigger than the world we live in. Those things flying around. I heard they are called carriages. You can just think of them as carriages. Although there are no horses, and I don't know anything more about it. The crew-cut young man scratched his head. He looked at the city below and said with a complicated tone, "At first, when we came to this unknown place, our companions panicked. However, we gradually became familiar with it. Right now, there are some other companions in the city. They are also conscious souls, but there are only 26 of us in total. At first, we always gathered together to think of a way to leave this place. Although this world is very novel and attractive, we are still from the God realm and are familiar with everything there. Naturally, we want to go back. Although I only lived in the God realm for 10 years before I was kidnapped and brought here," the young man scratched his face awkwardly. "However, there are quite a few companions who let nature take its course. Other than going back to cultivate every day, most of us stayed in this world, trying to find a way out from any clues. Unfortunately, we have been awake for 5 to 6 years. The longest, Ming, has been awake for 8 years. She is also our team leader," the bespectacled young man said as he pushed up his glasses. Ming was not interested in this at all. They were the ones who made the captain. As for the reason, they were the ones who had been conscious for the longest time. At first, she was alone in the lonely hall. She was so lonely that she felt hopeless. She cried alone for a long time. In the end, she even forgot to cry. Yun Nuashing put his arm around the young girl's shoulder. He looked at her with pity and self-blame. Ming seemed to feel it. She looked up and smiled at him. "Brother, I'm fine. Not long after I woke up, Little Purple Soul woke up as well. She is now in the city. I don't think she has woken up yet." Seeing this, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but sigh. He stroked the young girl's soft hair and pulled her into his arms. He whispered, "I will get you out of here. I promise." Ming closed her eyes as she snuggled in his arms. She felt as if she had returned to many years ago. Her heart was filled with endless peace of mind. It was just like when she was with him. She always believed that he was omnipotent. It was the same now. He was her sky. She was willing to do anything for him in return for his love for her. Her heart had never wavered. Ahem! Suddenly, Violet Knight's dry cough startled Yun Nuashing. He quickly regained his senses and asked calmly, "What's wrong?" "You scared me to death." "This world, I thought of something." Before Yun Nuashing could reply, Violet Knight's figure suddenly appeared in the space beside him. She had a standard oval face, light purple hair, and a tall and slender figure. Furthermore, she was holding a book in her hand. The book was as long as 2 palms. It was made of yellowed parchment and had black borders. It looked ancient and dignified. A lifelike scepter was drawn on the cover of the book. At the top of the scepter was a crystal wrapped in 6 overlapping wings. Yun Nuashing was stunned. This ancient book was the diary of the first great deity, Grey Flame Meteor. It recorded the life of that supreme deity in the lower realm. Yun Nuashing was stunned. The lower realm? He could still vaguely remember some of the contents of the diary. Although there were only words and no pictures, it might not be the same as what the author wanted to describe. But the things written in the diary, everything recorded, Yun Nuashing linked what he thought and saw together. He tried his best to imagine it. It seemed to be somewhat familiar, even if I don't know whether it is the same or not. Violet Knight tapped the book in her hand and smiled. But it is somewhat similar to the world that deity once mentioned. Chapter 808. The first great deity of the mythological era, the god of destruction, had once learned about a world that was different from the realm of the gods from a few words in his diary. It was a simple description, but it made people yearn for it. It was a world formed by mortals located in the 3rd elemental realm, which was very far away from the 8th elemental realm. Yi tapped the ancient book in his hand lightly. Yun Nuashing took it and flipped through it, looking for the fragments that had once left a deep impression on him. From time to time, he would raise his head and look down from the mountain that was more than 300 meters high. He stared at the bricks, trees, grass, and people in the city as if he was examining them. Ming and the other girls also came over to take a look, identifying the differences between the description in the book and the city below. They used their imaginations to the extreme. After a long time, Yun Nuashing gently closed the diary, took a deep breath, and said, "It can be confirmed that this world should be the world of the 3 elemental realms recorded here. In theory, that is. 3rd elemental realm." Yu Wenlan and the others repeated in a daze and looked at each other. They had learned about the layout of the great elemental realm from the soul furnace. But as for what the other elemental realms were like, no one knew. Even if they were already familiar with this strange city, there was no more information for them to explore and identify. Perhaps the strange things that they had encountered were serious enough. The teenagers quickly calmed down. At the same time, they were also thinking about whether there were any special clues that could lead them to leave after knowing that this was the 3rd elemental realm. Yun Nuashing rubbed the space between his eyebrows with a slight headache. Although he would bring Ming Ming and the others away from this place, he was temporarily powerless. Before he understood more about this world, he was no different from a blind man. The only difference was that the latter was truly blind while he was partially blind. Well, although we don't know anything, it also means that there is more hope waiting for us to discover. Yun Nuashing comforted the group of distressed teenagers. "If we can come in, we can definitely get out, but we still don't know what to do. Tell me everything you know about this place and that place," Yun Nuashing said as she pointed at the misty door behind her. Yu Wenlan looked up at Ming and saw that she was deep in thought. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to borrow Ming's right to speak. It started in the realm of the gods. "I lived in a small city near the coast of the Eastern Sea. I was just an ordinary little girl, until one day I went out to sea with my friends. I don't remember anything after that. I could feel what was happening, but I couldn't do anything because I was in a daze. The only thing I knew was that I cultivated endlessly beside the soul furnace. There were children of our age who were captured and brought here, and the cycle continued. Those whose souls were strong enough would be sent to the next soul hall. When our souls were strong enough to wake up, we came here and came in contact with this, the realm of the three elements. Did any of you experience any mutation during your cultivation? Yun Nuashing patted Ming's head and looked at her. Ming wasn't like this in the beginning. Yuanlan and the others shook their heads, but Ming looked up and said, "Among the 26 of us, I was the only one who experienced a mutation, but I don't know what happened either. When I woke up, I was already like this. Maybe it was a fusion of souls." Zai and Yi, she glanced at each other and made some calculations. Zai said, "There are countless souls in the soul furnace, and the power extracted from each soul is only 1/10 of the soul's power. If a soul is too weak, or if it's captured and doesn't have much power left, or if the body dies, the soul left in the soul furnace might collapse and float in the soul furnace with its soul origin. Little Ming Ming might have absorbed a piece of soul origin and become like this. Moreover, when the soul body collapses in the soul furnace, its life imprint will completely disappear, and no memories will be left behind. All that is left is a pure soul origin. Well, these are all my guesses. I don't know anything else. As for the situation of this world, Yuanlan and the others didn't know much about it. They had just become a part of it. They lived here normally and took some time out to cultivate. Day after day, year after year, they gradually became numb to it. They also gradually forgot about the plan to leave once every half a month. At first, only one of them forgot to come, but later on, more and more of them forgot about it. Now, including the 8 of them, there were less than 10 people who still remembered it. Even they would occasionally have the terrifying thought of living like this isn't so bad, and every time they thought of it, they would break out in cold sweat. We are people of the realm of the gods. No matter how beautiful the life this world gives us is, no matter how mundane it is, and no matter how chaotic it is or how chaotic it is to live outside of the realm of the gods without any order. I admit that living here is just as mundane as it is in the realm of the gods. There's no need to think too much about it. There's no need to be like in the realm of the gods, where the bigger fist is the law, and no one will know if you die the next day. But no matter how bad it is, it's still our world. I don't like it here. It's too mundane, too peaceful. It's hard to extricate oneself from it. Even our companions have become numb to it. The blockhead with the crew cut was very emotional when he said this. This mortal world showed them a very beautiful side, allowing them to forget where they were and live a peaceful life here. But he felt that something was wrong. It shouldn't be like this. The mastermind behind the scenes had captured trillions of souls, and even now, it was still operating endlessly to wake them up. Was it really just for them to enjoy this peaceful life? Every time he thought of this, he felt that this peaceful city had become very terrifying, like a prison. Big brother, let's talk about this later. We can't stay in front of the shrine for too long, or we'll be forcefully expelled. Ming pulled Yun Nuashing's hand, and the white wings on his back flapped twice. Yun Nuashing heard this and nodded, leading a group of people out of the golden building in a single file. Turning around, as they left the shrine, the golden shrine also quietly disappeared. The area in front of them became empty, as if the golden shrine had never existed. The next time it opens will be about an hour later. Come back here an hour later, and the shrine will appear at this position. The people in the city won't be able to see the shrine and the mountain, Yuanlan explained. After standing in place for a while, Yun Nuashing proposed to go down the mountain and take a look at the city. Everyone nodded. But before they went down the mountain, there was a slightly troublesome matter. Yun Nuashing and the others' clothes were too strange for the people in this three elements realm. The former's hair was black from head to toe, but the black long-sleeved shirt, black trousers, black shoes, and a black trench coat, although the style was a little strange, it was still acceptable. But the girls behind him were not so good. Yuanlan and Han Qing also noticed this. They looked at Ming Ming and nodded. Then they worked together to drive the boys far away. Then they pulled Ziyan and the other girls to the side of the forest. It was said that they were going to change their clothes. Although all my abilities have been sealed after coming to this world, I have gained a strange ability, a portable space. And it's like a spatial container. I just need to consciously move the space around me and I'll be able to touch it. The crew cut guy explained to Yun Nuashing with a smile, then instantly touched the space beside him. Suddenly, ripples appeared like a mirror, and his hand reached into it. When he reached out again, there was a brick in his hand. Air. Seeing Yun Nuashing's strange look, the crew cut guy froze for a moment and quickly threw the brick back into the dimensional storage. He scratched his head with a dry smile and said, "Well, I've been moving bricks recently. Cough. The currency in this world is earned through work. There are no quests or bounties like in the celestial realm. This world is very peaceful, and peace is its main theme. If you want money, you have to work. But we won't starve to death. Maybe we want money because we like some gadgets or something, or maybe we want to experience life, since we have nothing to do anyway." The crew cut guy paused for a moment, then sighed. This world. How should I put it? I think it's okay. It's okay to have fun and experience life, but you have to be careful not to fall into it. The ordinary life wears away our hot-bloodedness, the man in glasses said as he pushed his glasses up. According to this world saying, the people of the realm of the gods can be divided into two categories, warlike and hot-blooded. The peaceful life here wears away the warlike factor hidden in our blood. After a long time, people will lose their fighting spirit. If we return to the realm of the gods in this state, we'll probably be useless. The crew cut guy glanced at him, then whispered in Yun Nuashing's ear. Don't be fooled by his appearance, he's actually an idiot. Ming said so too. Yun Nuashing was speechless. Not long after, a rustling sound came from the nearby forest. Yu Wenlan and Han Qing jumped out of the forest with Zian and the other girls. Yun Nuashing curiously looked over, and the first thing she saw was the two girls' bitter faces. They couldn't stop sighing, and even their eyes were slightly dazed. It was as if their world had turned gray before Yun Nuashing could figure out what was going on. Zian anxiously ran over from the side. She was wearing a bright green short-sleeved shirt, and her white legs were exposed to the air. Her lily-white hands were constantly tugging at her clothes. It's so small. Is it appropriate? Zian pulled at her clothes with some regret. She felt a little uncomfortable. Yun Nuashing finally realized that Zian's buttocks were too plump. The clothes were too small, and even her belly button was exposed. No wonder Yu Wenlan and Han Qing looked like they were about to cry. It turned out that letting this girl wear their clothes was a blow to themselves. Foam! And the other girls were also tugging at their clothes unnaturally. She didn't change. Firstly, there wasn't a suitable size. Secondly, Yu Wenlan didn't think it would be a problem if she didn't change. At most, her clothes would be a little weird. Little star, don't you need to change? Zian tugged at her tight clothes with a gaze that made the three girls resentful. She looked at Yun Nuashing unnaturally. Hee, big brother Yun, you don't need to change. This outfit, it looks like the style of a depressed man. The crew cut guy chuckled as he sized up Yun Nuashing. He said something that they didn't understand. Seeing Ming's resentful expression, Yun Nuashing rubbed her head and asked, Girl, you don't want to change either? Ming shook her head and muttered in confusion, I can't wear normal clothes. Those clothes will be burned by the energy overflowing from my body. Normally it's like this. I can't even fold my wings. After saying that, the wings behind him spread out and slowly became transparent. Just as Yun Nuashing could not see and thought that the wings had been put away, in the next second, there was a rustling sound behind Ming Ming's back, and they returned to Ming Ming's body. I can't find any race that looks like Ming. Maybe there's a new mutation after the fusion. This girl's soul has become very strange. Zai pressed her hand on Ming's forehead. After sensing for a while, she shook her head and smiled faintly. But don't worry, there aren't any negative effects. She's still your little Ming. Her soul is her original soul, and her appearance is still the same. It's just that she has become stronger and prettier. Hearing that, Yun Nuoxing sighed in relief. As for Ming's blushing face, he glanced at it and ignored it. Well, he ignored it guiltily. After changing their clothes, Yuanlan and the others wanted to bring Yun Nuoxing and the others into the city. However, the latter declined, saying that he noticed something important and urgently wanted to take a look. Maybe he could find a way to leave. In fact, it was Zai who reminded him, saying that she noticed something unusual. There's nothing worth investigating in the Hall of Souls. The only thing worth paying attention to is this world. In fact, if we can't find a way to leave, we'll be trapped here. Those halls only have one way to go forward. There's no way to go back, as I said softly. After bidding farewell to Yuanlan and the others, Yun Nuoxing and the others, together with Ming, ran as fast as they could into the distance, kicking up a cloud of dust. Of course, they ran at the edge of the mountains, avoiding the streets and places where ordinary people came and went. They didn't want to scare them. At first, Yun Nuoxing was a little worried when he was told that his power was completely suppressed. However, after seeing that the group was running quite fast, he was slightly relieved. At least, he thought that ordinary people wouldn't be able to run as fast as them, even if their speed was 100 times faster. The place that Zai mentioned was not far from the mountain city. In the past, it wasn't too far. When Yun Nuoxing and the others heard the answer, they all tripped and almost fell to the ground. It's about 10,000 kilometers. It's not far, not far. Zai lightly stuck to Yun Nuoxing's body and said calmly. Everyone thought that it was easy for her to say that. Since she could stick to Yun Nuoxing's body and didn't need to run, of course she wouldn't mind it being far. However, their power was currently suppressed. In the past, 10,000 kilometers wasn't far, and the light element could fly over in an instant. But now, Yun Nuoxing and the others were sweating profusely. Their speed was many times faster than the horse carriages of this world, but their power was suppressed. The most tragic thing was that their physical strength was limited, and it was very slow to recover. From time to time, they had to stop and walk slowly to catch their breath. Oh, if only there was a cup of ice-cold fruit juice at this time, that would be great. Yun Nuoxing put her hands on her hips and panted. She was like an old woman who had no strength after taking 2 steps. Her face was still sweating profusely. Ming took out an umbrella from somewhere and held it over Yun Nuoxing's head. Then he handed a few umbrellas to Ziyin and the others. On the desolate land, there were suddenly a few black flowers that blocked the scorching sun in the sky. They looked curiously at the umbrella that was a little different from an oil paper umbrella. The metal frame and the cloth umbrella didn't seem to be different. It was just a matter of material. We've never been to this place before. Not many people in the city will come to this desolate area. There's only one city in this world. It's all alone, just like a deserted island. Ming held up the umbrella and folded her pure, white wings behind her back. Her white dress fluttered slowly in the hot wind. Yun Nuoxing turned to look at her. That quiet little face was always expressionless. Her golden eyes were indifferent to everything. When she looked at him, he could still see the changes in her emotions with his naked eye. However, at this moment, she was really as calm as an angel. Well, it's going to be soon. Hold on a little longer. We'll be there in half an hour. Zai held a green umbrella and waved it around. She even spun around from time to time, as if she was doing a solo dance. Yun Nuoxing glanced at the girl who was making sarcastic remarks. She gave her a karate chop and said, "Why did you ask us to come to this place on such a hot day? If you're bored and want to entertain us." As he spoke, Yun Nuoxing waved his hand that was polished until it was shining and laughed out loud with his white teeth. Zai rubbed her head and muttered. Then she turned around and waved her hand. She didn't answer immediately. Don't worry. Don't be impatient. You'll know later. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and restrained herself. She had no choice. Zai seemed to be the only one in their group who knew something. What could she do if she didn't say anything? They were in the west of the city. It had been 3 hours since they left the city. They could vaguely see a white fog on the horizon. As they approached, it filled their entire vision. It was neat and tidy, like a wall blocking the white fog. However, when they reached out their hands, they didn't feel any resistance. Yun Nuashing raised her head to look at this strange phenomenon. She frowned. It feels like we're at the edge of the eye of the storm. This isn't the eye of the storm. Zai closed her umbrella. Then, with a whoosh, she threw it forcefully into the white fog. After the intact green umbrella rushed into the white fog, it suddenly froze. It stopped very abruptly. It did not fly very far in at all. It was probably because the entire umbrella froze in an instant after it rushed into the white fog. Then, under the gazes of the people from planet Yunua, it slowly began to disintegrate. The skeleton and the surface of the umbrella separated and began to fall apart. It was even disintegrating into small particles that could not be seen. After 10 seconds, it completely turned into green dust and floated in the white fog. The scene that happened before their eyes could only be described as strange. Zai squeezed under Yun Nuashing and Ming's umbrella. Without waiting for them to ask questions, Zai smiled sweetly and said, "Welcome to the edge of the world." Chapter 809. At the edge of the world, there was only a white fog in front of them. From the side, it looked like a wall. Further away, there were some arcs. It seemed that the white fog was a circular area that covered the entire world. The fog was not very dense, and they could vaguely see what was inside. If there was anything inside the fog, it was because there were only some stain dust inside. It was like an umbrella that was just thrown in, and it was instantly disintegrated into particles. At this time, the particles were still slowly disappearing, and in the end, there might not even be any particles left. The edge of the world. Yun Nuashing wrinkled his nose. It was the first time he heard this term, and he did not know what it meant. He knew the literal meaning. Anyway, it was the end of a world, but he did not know the actual meaning. Well, it is the end of the world. Knowing what he was thinking, Violet Knight nodded. She pointed at the region of white fog not far away and said, "Until you reach this region of white fog, that is the region where you can observe and exist in this world. Beyond that, you will enter the region of white fog. That is an area that has yet to be fully developed. There are no specific rules, no specific meaning, and no specific rules. Everything inside is not bound by any known knowledge. In other words, this white fog area is an undeveloped area. It is an area with nothing. Anything that enters it will also be disintegrated by the chaotic power of the rules," Z explained. Yun Nuashing kept nodding, indicating that he understood. Then he said, "And then? Until this chaotic and uncontrolled area. Is there any special meaning?" "Of course there is." Ziyi rolled her eyes at him and wrinkled her small nose. She said, "This means that this world was created, and it is a small world that failed to be created. The chaotic area here is the best proof. The owner of this small world wanted to create a complete tertiary world and place it in the Octavian world. He needed to change and distort the rules to create it as a subworld. At first, he might have succeeded. After all, he created such a large area. However, when this world expanded to such a scale, there was a mistake that the owner could not control. If it continued to expand, the entire subworld might be destroyed. He had no choice but to stop, leaving behind an expanded but undeveloped area, which is this area." Z pointed at the white fog and said, "The chaotic power of the rules, the chaotic power of space, and the chaotic power of time. These three forces are entangled here, and it has become a dead land. The evolution of this subworld has come to an end. It is no longer possible for it to evolve into a complete subworld. Only an incomplete product is left here. This subworld has no possibility of development. It left behind only a beautiful illusion for the humans here. It is nothing now, but once the original inhabitants of this incomplete world discover this place, it will be the moment when the world collapses. Yi sighed. At that time, the entire incomplete subworld will experience a rapid collapse. It might take 10 seconds, 10 minutes, or even a year. No matter how long the process is, it will end in an instant. From existence to nothingness, everything will return to zero and cease to exist. Yun Nuashing was stunned. She tilted her head and looked at the white fog in the distance. Then, she looked at Ming, who was beside her. She seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes flashed. There was no need for Ziyi to remind her. The two of them immediately understood what was going on. Afterwards, they began to make preparations. They dug out some things that should not have appeared in this world from their souls. Faint purple flames spread out from under her feet with great difficulty, spreading into the surroundings. It did not take long for it to engulf the surrounding area. Afterwards, she opened up a scroll that she had just taken out. There was a formation engraved on the scroll. It was clearly a formation scroll. After seeing the formation scroll, Yishi also leapt over. She glanced at the formation scroll with interest, then looked at Yun Nuashing and Zi. She seemed to have understood something as well, and a serious expression appeared on her face. She took the formation scroll from Zi and gently patted a few key points on the formation scroll. She quickly formed a seal with her hands and tossed the formation scroll into the surrounding fire. The formation scroll was quickly burnt to ashes. Afterwards, the space around it quickly twisted and twisted. Soon, a formation that was 10 meters wide appeared in the space before them. This world had sealed away most of their abilities. Originally, they only needed to activate the formation scroll to activate it. Now, there was less than 1/100th of its power left, so it was very troublesome to use it. If it were not for Ziye's existence, Yun Nuashing would not even be able to squeeze out a single spark from her body. After the formation was taken out of the formation scroll with great difficulty, Zi and Yi, she looked at each other and nodded. The two of them took a deep breath and maintained a serious expression on their faces like never before. Their four hands slightly changed the seal, and the formation that was 10 meters wide began to gently rotate, slowly drifting towards the white mist. Is it all right? Looking at the formation wobbling into the white fog, Yun Nuashing could not help but mutter. In the white fog area, there seemed to be no order to speak of. If all objects were swallowed as a whole, this object would be considered to have left the rules and order of the normal world and fall into an area where everything was chaotic. Although the formation did not have a physical body and was an energy carrier, it would probably be affected if it was thrown in. There's no other way. In a situation where our abilities are sealed, being able to summon an information formation is already a very good result, Yishi sighed. Yishi sighed and muttered to herself. As a formation grandmaster, she actually had to rely on someone else's help to barely cast out a formation. This made her feel very unhappy. Although this was a special situation, and there shouldn't be anyone else who could cast out a formation here other than her, and Yishi felt very uncomfortable. After expending a lot of effort, they finally managed to throw the formation into the white mist. However, in just a short moment, the spinning azure formation began to shake. The intensity was so great that it made people worry that it would shatter into pieces at any moment. However, there was no need to worry. The shaking lasted for a minute before it weakened. In the end, it completely calmed down and stopped spinning. After a while, it slowly began to spin again. The azure light on it had weakened a lot. It seemed that in order to counteract the unbalanced chaos, it had consumed most of its power. All right. Zai clapped her hands and stretched lazily. We'll know what's going on in a while. However, the formation's feedback source is on you. Remember to receive the information later. Seeing her look over, Yun Nuashing shrugged helplessly. He was the one who had made this formation in the past. It was a formation used for exploration and analysis. Although its grade was quite high, he felt that it was more convenient to use a formation that didn't have eyes. so he had always left it in a corner. "Oh, shouldn't we go over and take a look?" Yun Nuashing pointed at the white fog and said with a serious face. The air was silent for a while. Even Zai looked at him in shock. After a while, Chu Yingzhan reached out her hand and placed it on Yun Nuashing's forehead. Then she waved her hand and cried out, "This child's brain is completely cooked. Hurry up and pull it away. He can be abandoned." Yun Nuashing looked at her with hidden bitterness. "No, that place is filled with chaotic power of laws. There's no normal order or rules. We're not outside right now. All of our abilities have been forcefully sealed. Brother Nua, you're no exception. Running into such a dangerous place at this time is purely seeking death." She also seriously rejected this suggestion. She even pulled on Yun Nuashing's windbreaker with all her strength, afraid that her mentally unstable brother would rush in. Yun Nuashing also thought for a while and nodded. "That seems to be the case. Then forget about it." Hearing that he had given up, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that their fearless brother would rush in recklessly when all of his powers were sealed. "It seems like the analysis is done." Yun Nuashing was suddenly stunned. A huge amount of information flowed into his mind. A palm-sized formation flickered in front of his forehead. It was the same formation as the one in the white mist. However, the one in front of his forehead was much smaller. Yun Nuashing placed his palm on the formation in front of his forehead and turned it around. The huge amount of information that had been passively poured in just now rushed in like a flood. Yun Nuashing, who had endured the impact of information many times, could not help but tremble when faced with this information. However, he quickly returned to normal. The amount of information here was also not small. However, it was not as huge as when he cultivated the divine mystic technique. The latter could cause him to faint. He received this huge amount of information with his mind. It was as if he was standing in front of the formation in the white mist. He could personally feel every kind of feeling there. The chaos of the laws and the disorder of the space. It was as if his left hand and right hand were in the same space. The shattered ground seemed to have lost its gravity, but he could feel a huge gravitational force coming from his upper body. Looking from afar, it turned out that there was something in the white mist. It was a huge mountain that had been broken into hundreds of sections. The mountainside and the foot of the mountain were twisted into a spiral. The top of the mountain was pulled into a long and thin section like a rubber band. The edge of the mountain was constantly turning into granules and drifting in the air. The rate of decomposition there seemed to be quite slow. There were also broken building fragments floating beside him. The sky and earth had been torn apart to the point that they could not be recognized. Moreover, the sky and earth seemed to have turned upside down in the distance. The broken earth and stone floated above, and below one could see the blurry sky floating. The whole scene looked very absurd. The scene had turned into a pure black and white painting. Even the color further away could not be distinguished. It was neither black nor white, nor was it gray in between. In short, one could confirm that there was some kind of color there, but one could not recognize it. This kind of recognition was not in the human sensory system. Perhaps using nothing to replace these would save a lot of contradictions. Yun Nuashing had to admit that this was the most bizarre scene he had ever seen, especially when he was 100 meters away. A fault in his line of sight had turned the sky and earth upside down. Everything in the white mist was in chaos. Its existence was constantly being stripped away until it finally turned into nothingness. What's the result? Just as he was having a headache, trying to decipher the strange information, Violet Knight suddenly patted him on the shoulder, causing his body to tremble violently. He hurriedly withdrew from that strange state and patted his chest with some lingering fear. He felt that if he continued to investigate, his mind would collapse along with it. "Yeah, it's similar to what I thought." Yun Nuashing nodded. He turned around and saw Chu Yingzhan, Zian, and the others' confused faces. After thinking for a while, he explained, this incomplete world. Well, the person who created this world is trying to repair this incomplete product. He wants to restore it into a world that can be controlled. Yun Nuashing paused for a moment, as if thinking about how to explain it better. Only after Chu Yingzhen couldn't help but urge him did he speak with hesitation. This world is severely damaged, and it has been there for a very long time. Originally, its normal area wasn't this small, but during the period of time it was there, the damaged world began to self-destruct. Even now, this process of collapse still hasn't stopped. The person who created this world borrowed an extremely large number of people to maintain this world, slowing down the speed of its collapse by quite a bit. There are other people? Isn't it said that a highly difficult task like creating a small world can only be done by oneself? Chu Yingzhan was a straightforward person and spoke without even thinking about it. Theoretically, that's right. But right now, this world is indeed being maintained by countless people. Without those people, this world would have completely collapsed countless years ago. Yun Nuashing rubbed his long hair in distress and said, "The ones maintaining this world are those trillions of souls." Chu Yingzhan was stunned. Xian and the others were also stunned. Ming also widened his eyes in horror. This answer was really frightening. Ignoring their shock, Yun Nuashing continued to explain, "The capacity of a person's soul is fixed. The capacity of a powerful soul is also fixed. The capacity of a soul to support the existence of a world is also quite large. The Creator himself should not be able to support the existence of this world anymore. He was very weak and could not maintain the existence and evolution of this world. The evolution process suddenly stopped, forming this incomplete world. Later, this incomplete subworld began to collapse because it lost the support of its origin. The chaotic laws of the world began to devour this world. The Creator himself did something to stop this process. Perhaps he fused his soul with this world, or perhaps he fused his body with this world. However, this was not enough. He extended his hands and feet to other places, those souls that were captured. Their existences, including Ming and you, who are still conscious, were all shouldered by you all together so that this world could be preserved. Powerful souls cannot be controlled, so they need to be eliminated. Weak souls only need a small influence to control them. However, because they are too weak to withstand it, they use trillions of souls to support this collapsing world." Yun Nuashing rubbed his head hard. He was almost unable to deduce anymore. I can't deduce anymore." In the end, Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and sat on the ground. From the feedback from the magic circle, there is a huge amount of information about souls, as well as information about chaotic laws and the collapse of the world. Other than that, everything else is just my deduction and speculation. If I'm wrong, I won't accept any criticism. That's it. Everyone laughed bitterly and shook their heads helplessly. However, to deduce to this extent, it was possible that he had already explained most of the truth. Even if he was wrong, it would only be a small problem. Then what's the conclusion? Chu Yingzhen asked with her arms crossed. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes as Ming carried him up. He pointed his finger at the ground and said, "This world has collapsed. Everything is over. In theory, that's the case." Chapter 8:10. Yun Nuashing sighed and said something that sent chills down everyone's spines. Erasing this world from its roots might wake up the billions of souls that provide energy for this world. However, the person who created this world and thought of such a unique method to stabilize a world that has already collapsed must be at least a deity. God, why is it a deity again? Yun Nuashing covered her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She seemed to have encountered too many deities recently. The good news is that this deity, its condition is not very good. It is very weak, and it is using some special method to maintain this world. Let us ask someone more professional to explain this news. After that, Yun Nuashing turned around and nudged Zai, who had been in a daze, forward. Zai was stunned as well, and then glared at Yun Nuashing with hidden bitterness. He coughed lightly and said, "The cultivation of the post-God tier. I used to follow the Shadow Emperor, who was a post-God tier elite, so I know a little about it. The existence of that realm is more focused on comprehending the origin energy, the power of the natural order, the power of the origin, the power of the world, the power of time, the power of space, and other energies that originally existed in the world and have not undergone any evolution are collectively known as the origin energy. Little Star knows a little about it. His spirit receiving divine body is close to the origin energy of the world, but the latter is just a general term for the normal powers. For example, the power of the stars in his body is derived from the origin energy of the world, and the original vitality, elemental energy, immortal energy, and demonic energy are all secondary forms of the origin energy of the world. Continuous condensation and qualitative change is the cultivation of a cultivator, but only the power of the stars is the closest to the origin energy of the world. The two have similar names, but they represent different things. The cultivation of a deity focuses on sensing the former, and in the last major stage of cultivation, the final compression of the divine energy into a power that surpasses the origin energy of the world. Divine power, which is more powerful than the power of the stars. That is it. The next cultivation direction is to comprehend the origin energy and temper the godly right. The latter is very difficult, but for the former, there is no better way to comprehend the origin energy than to create a world. In the process of creating a world, one can comprehend the birth of a new world bit by bit. If one world isn't enough, then create two. When the comprehension of the origin energy is complete, the godly right will also rise and reach a level, heavenly deity. Yun Nuashing murmured and scratched his head. This was the first time he had heard about the cultivation method of the gods. Zai nodded, then smiled inexplicably. Now you know why there were so many small worlds in the Antiquity Age and the Far Antiquity Age. They were all created by a large group of gods in order to comprehend the power of origin. Some of them even evolved into complete star regions, becoming a world associated with the 8 elemental realms. There are very few of these perfect worlds. Most of them are small worlds or continents. Developing a perfect world requires an unimaginable amount of effort, and the benefits obtained from it are much greater than the latter. But the time required is also countless times more. Now, as the gods have gone into hibernation, those small worlds have reached the end of their useful life. Many of them have collapsed naturally, and some have been destroyed by others. Without new small worlds to supplement them, they have gradually become ruins. The small worlds that still remain in the realm of the gods are either newly created by the dormant gods, or left behind many, many years ago. I once heard of a saying, when a god can develop the most complete world, where the sun and moon shine together, the stars shine brightly, and the starry sky is boundless, he can ascend to the highest position of heavenly deity. Zai raised a jade finger in front of her red lips and smiled mysteriously. Everyone looked at each other, and their faces were more or less blank. That stage was still too far away for them, and they could not imagine what it would be like to reach that stage. Zai was stunned by the dazed look on everyone's faces, and she realized that she had strayed too far from the topic. She quickly cleared her throat and continued. If there is a problem during the creation of a world, there is a most powerful but also the most costly method, fusing one's own origin with the world that one has created. The two are originally one, and this way, the small world can be restored. This kind of fusion, whether it is the fusion of one's body or the fusion of one's soul, is not a problem. The former is more powerful, while the latter is less effective. However, no matter which method is used, once the origin is fused, the small world will be bound to the Creator's body. Whether the world collapses or the Creator dies, they will both be involved. Zai's pale purple eyes looked around hesitantly, and she frowned slightly. I don't know what method the Creator of this world used to maintain this world, but other than these two methods, there is no way to restore it. Just as Little Star said, If this is really done, and the world has not stopped collapsing, the Creator should be very weak, so weak that it would be difficult for him to maintain the existence of this world, and he had no choice but to use other souls to support it. Chu Yingzhan ran her fingers through her long hair, and after thinking for a while, she raised her hand and looked at Yun Nuashing. The good news is that this god is very weak now. What about the bad news? Yun Nuashing was hugging her arms, and when she heard this, she could not help but tilt her head and glance at her silently. That helpless look in her eyes made the latter blush, and she could not help but grind her teeth. The bad news is that we can't use any power here. If we want to destroy this world, we will need power, right? Before she could pounce over and bite Yun Nuashing coughed dryly and said, "Oh, we can find the carrier of this small world from the outside world. It could be an inch of space, or it could be an inconspicuous carrier. For example, the tree branch on the Xianlong continent. However, if we destroy it from the outside, we will not be able to break it without an equal amount of power. If we can find a loophole in the small world, we will be able to destroy it with an all-out attack from an emperor god. Then here comes the problem. According to the rules of this sub-world, everyone is immortal, and our power has been sealed to the point that there is not even 1% of it left. How can we destroy it?" Chu Yingzhan was about to open her mouth and say something, but after thinking for a while, she nodded gloomily. This was also a problem. There was not enough power to destroy it from the outside, and there was not enough power to destroy it from the inside. I won't talk about the third method, it is even more difficult. Yun Nuashing scratched his head in distress. After he received the news, he had thought through all these things, and he was more distressed than anyone else. Chu Yingzhan hit the back of Yun Nuashing's head with a karate chop and said in a bad mood, "Say it, there is one more bad news." Yun Nuashing glared at her. After hesitating for a while, he nodded and said, "If we help that weak Creator to complete the evolution of this world, we might be able to free those souls and complete the evolution of this world. Then this phenomenon of collapse will naturally stop, this incomplete world, and its Creator did not fix the current scale of this world, which caused this phenomenon of collapse. It was that brainless Creator who wanted to create a complete world in one go, but as he was creating, his brain suddenly shut down. Then the entire world went out of control and began to collapse." Chu Yingzhan nodded. "Theoretically, yes." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. Chu Yingzhan took a deep breath and said, "Then let's discuss how to destroy the world." Hearing this, everyone nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The third method was really too difficult. It required the support of trillions of souls. Although these souls were still very weak, it was still a very large number. Such a large number could only slow down the speed of the world's collapse. How many souls would it take to complete the creation? "Little star, where did you learn so many secrets?" Xian suddenly whispered into Yun Nuashing's ear. Hearing her ask this, Yun Nuashing's cheeks cramped, and a vein popped out on his forehead. After a while, he took a deep breath and said, "A certain crazy crystal often instills a lot of things into me when I am sleeping and meditating. She has already turned my brain into mush. How can I not know?" Xian made an "oh" sound and didn't ask what the crystal was. They discussed on the spot for a long time. Even Zai and Yi, she spread their hands to show that they were at their wits' end. This kind of discussion was no different from talking nonsense. If they didn't call for a division of soldiers to help, no one would be able to do anything about this world. I don't understand. Why did this bastard make such a world? Fine, it's for cultivation. No, this thing is all broken, right? It's all broken. Can't he just give up and make a new one? It's so troublesome. As they walked back, Chu Yingzhan kept nagging. It sounded like she had a lot of grievances. It wasn't clear whether it was because she was also trapped here or because of some other reason. Yun Nuashing helplessly took a deep breath and said, "He's so bored, everyone." They spent more than 3 hours running over with curiosity. On the way back, each and every one of them looked like they had a lot on their minds. They wandered in the wilderness step by step and didn't notice that the sky was dyed red. It wasn't until Ming woke up and cried out in surprise. He pulled Yun Nuashing and started running. Only then did everyone get rid of their heavy hearts and run towards the city in the distance. It wasn't until the dusk faded and the night lazily hung itself in the sky that Yun Nuashing and the others ran to the edge of the city. The entire mountain city was wrapped in a neat circle of mountain basins. The surrounding mountains were hundreds of feet high. Spiraling streets spread out from the city in the center and wound out along the mountain range. Walking on a very wide street along the winding mountainside into the city, Yun Nuashing and the others were shocked at first when they saw the four-wheeled vehicles flying past them. Later, they got used to it and turned a blind eye to it after a few glances. On the other hand, little Bing Er still looked at them curiously. Her gaze followed the movement of the carriages until they disappeared from her sight. Then, she looked for a new target to observe. When the four-wheeled metal objects whizzed past in front of her again, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but think of Senior Een. He also had 4 wheels, but it seemed to be different. Until now, he still couldn't see how they moved. Perhaps it was because he had something on his mind, so he didn't pay much attention to these things. He followed Ming around the bustling streets that shone with all kinds of lights and stopped in a relatively quiet area. Yun Nuashing glanced at Ming curiously. Their appearance was strange and only attracted some attention. However, Ming looked like an angel. According to ordinary people, this kind of appearance shouldn't be seen often. However, he didn't attract any attention. He was already mentally prepared to be surrounded by a lot of eyes. It was a habit. Upon hearing Yun Nuashing's curious question, Ming stretched his wings and explained seriously, "The light on my body has a cognitive impairment effect on ordinary people. It's difficult for ordinary people to see my true appearance. Even if they see it, they will quickly forget it. However, it won't have such an effect on you, big brother." Unlike the brightly lit streets, Ming led Yun Nuashing and the others to a relatively quiet area. It was a distance away from the bustling streets. There were also several tall buildings standing here. They were about 100 feet tall, but there were only sparse lights, or rather, lights. There should be very few people living here, so it was a little cold and desolate. "We, the group of sober souls, have lived here since the beginning. After a day of life, we will gather in the garden of the community and chat about insignificant things. If there are any special discoveries, it's convenient for us to communicate. At least, it was like this in the beginning," Ming sighed. "Have they all moved their positions now?" Yun Nuashing looked up at the sparse lights on each building and could roughly guess this. Ming nodded. She was given the title of captain, but she did not know how to manage this small team. In fact, she did not even know what she should do. Her companions probably did not want to face a cold-faced captain every day, so they could not stand it anymore and moved out. Seeing the gloomy look on this girl's pretty face, Yun Nuashing guessed what she was thinking. He reached out his hand and rubbed her head. Even he did not know what to say. She had become a stranger to him. It would take some time for her to return to the original energetic girl. The process of going upstairs was inexplicable. To Yun Nuashing, it was as if he was locked in a strange box with a metallic luster. Then, Ming pressed the number drawn on the wall, and a slight feeling of excess weight came. Then he was dumbfounded. He looked at the metal box with a face full of question marks and the number jumping on the top of the box. He felt slightly uneasy and could not help but say, "This won't be thrown into the starry sky, right?" When he said this, Ming staggered and hit his head on the metal wall. When he came back to his senses, he finally could not help but give his brother, who had a wild imagination, a smack on the head. He said angrily, "Big brother, just treat this as a short-distance space passage. I won't throw you into space." Yun Nuashing rubbed his head in confusion. He could not help but look around. Zien, Chu Yingzhan, and the others were relatively calmer. They were not as curious as he was. They all thought that since it was a world they did not know, it would not be strange for anything to happen, right? When the group came back to their senses, the metal box slowly stopped. The door opened to both sides. Ming was the first to step out, and Yun Nuashing and the others quickly followed behind him. On the left side of the narrow passage, there was a thin layer of glass. They were currently on the top floor of this magical building. Looking down from here, they could see half of the city. Lights were intertwined, and all kinds of colors colored the dark night. There were also many strange things flying around the spacious streets, making a lot of noise. Yun Nuashing suddenly noticed this. He turned around and looked at Yi Shi and Zai. He asked in confusion, "You two don't seem surprised? Don't you feel anything about this world?" Yi Shi and Zai looked at each other and shrugged. Zai said, "There's nothing to be surprised about. It's not like we haven't seen it before. From the ancient era until today, in the far west of the divine land of the gods, there's a hidden subworld. It's exactly like this place. Everyone who enters it will have their powers sealed. It's just that it's much more magnificent than this place, and only powerful forces know about that place. I was only curious for a moment at most, the moment I found out that this is a similar world to the tertiary realm." Yi Shi also said, "That's it. This place is full of fantasy-style buildings and strange transportation. It's very similar to the ancient ruins I saw in a certain world in the tertiary realm. It's said that it's from the ancient era of that world. When we came in, I told Brother Nuwa that the information elimination barrier is a product of that world. That type of world, well, it's called a scientific world. As for what science is, for example, we, the people of the God realm, cultivate by strengthening ourselves. We walk the path of personal strength enhancement. As for that, the world of science that Yishu mentioned, we walk the path of technology enhancement. Do you know what technology is?" Violet Knight asked calmly. Yun Nuashing, Chu Yingzhan, and the others looked at each other and shook their heads vigorously. "I've never heard of it. I've never heard of it at all." "That's right. I don't know either." Zai put her hands on her hips and nodded. Everyone fell to the ground with a thud. It took them half a minute to slowly get up. Yun Nuashing stepped forward and rubbed the girl's head vigorously. She rolled her eyes and said, "You don't know, but you still say it so confidently." In short, she struggled to get up. She coughed dryly and said, "That world's development path is completely different from the divine realms. I don't know what science is either. People who are not born and raised in that world probably don't know. For the time being, we'll just treat it as people from a different system." "Which one is stronger in comparison?" Chu Yingzhan asked curiously. "Everyone has their own strengths. Everyone has their own strengths. That world is good at group battles, while us from the celestial realm are more suited for individual battles. However, in a group battle, it's hard for two fists to fight against four hands. Moreover, that world's attacks, weapons, and whatnot are very strange and impossible to guard against. Even emperors of the celestial realm would have a hard time dealing with those things in a large group battle. In any case, that world is more suited for group battles. Even the strongest of the celestial realm would find it difficult to sweep through an entire region alone. However, there are exceptions such as Brother Nuwa. If Brother Nuwa were to be left there, he would probably be able to sweep through an entire planet. No, destroy it. Then what about two-sided group combat?" Chu Yingzhan frowned, as if she didn't want to admit that the powerful people of the divine realm would not be able to dominate other worlds. "That's hard to say. The other world would probably have to have 10 times the number of powerful people of the divine realm to be equal. If they have the same combat power..." She pulled at her black hair in frustration. She was confused and couldn't explain it clearly. But if we're talking about the most powerful people of that world probably wouldn't be able to match the existence of a deity. She added. Hearing this, Chu Yingzhan patted her chest and sighed in relief. She teased, "In the end, the powerful people of the divine realm are still stronger